I got fired, and now I'm back. I sued. They let me back.
Isachi.
It's me, Isachi. What's going on? Where's Suk? He's not even here. Thought he was going to be here. The hell? Who's that? Ortner?
I'm as close as you're going to get to him.
I know, that's true. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. How was your little staycation, I heard?
Yeah. Well, I was here, yeah. It was fine.
What'd you do?
Fine. Nothing. Well, I played in a Pro-Am.
You played in a Pro-Am? Where was there a Pro-Am at?
Oswego Lake Country Club.
Were you the Am? Or were you the Pro?
Well, yeah, I'm certainly not the Pro.
I don't know, dude. I've been hearing all your golfing tales. No one has ever put down 3 1s on a scorecard like you.
Hey, you know what? That's a great memory. That I am the only person. I guarantee I'm the only person who's ever written down 3 straight 1s on a golf scorecard.
Yeah, look, dude. I listen. I was a P1.
And that's because I got an 11 and then a hole-in-one.
It wasn't back-to-back hole-in-ones?
Not even kidding. No, it wasn't 3 straight hole-in-ones, which would be pretty hard to do.
Not all of us can be Kim Jong-un.
That's
Didn't
true.
he do that?
Well, the deal there was, we've covered this before on our broadcast. And by the way, I did know Suk was out. I was just kidding. I was just joking. Ha! He's in St. Lucia?
No idea. I've just been listening to what other people have been telling me.
Yeah, no, he's in St. Lucia. I always have to think about that because there's so many saints. But he's a known occupier, January 6th. Mm-hmm. So it's possible that he's in St. Lucia, as he says, or he's trying to throw us off the scent and he was hidden in the Portland State Library. I don't know.
That was all over at the gym today. Every single TV. Yeah. They got very upset when I demanded it be changed.
It was a big deal. Big deal.
I wanted to watch my ESPN. I don't need that on the treadmill.
Well, I watched a little bit of that coverage, and I tell you, it's not
for the faint of heart.
Well, no, it's not that exciting, right? Like they present it as if something big's going down, and nothing big is really going down. All they're doing is sweeping a library of some dopes. You know, I mean, that's really it. You want to watch that? Not me. Fine, I'll go back to ESPN. I'm with you.
I saw the same 3 clips over and over again, but they were all like a police officer grabbed someone or people were running away, and it's like, look at what's happening. It was like, I've been here 5 minutes. I've seen the same thing 10 times.
Yeah, we've seen this on many college campuses around the country. It's not all that thrilling. I don't know, but you know, we're starved for exciting news in Portland. You know, so they like to, you know, they play it up. At any rate, he's probably there and not St. Lucia. Anyway, we covered the Kim Jong-un thing many years ago, and we found out that I believe it's not that he just lied about his scores. It's that he went and played golf, and the guy, his guy that was keeping score for him, did not know the rules. So he would write down, say, he was 2 over par on a hole. Say he got a double bogey or something.
Okay, yeah.
The guy would put a 2. You know, so of course that gets lost in translation that over the course of 18 holes, what did he shoot? They said he shot like a
I thought it was 18. I thought they said he shot an 18.
Yeah, which is, I mean, come on.
I just thought it was
hilarious.
No
one can even do that. That's not even a thing.
Maybe if you played a mini putt round, you can get 18. Yeah,
I suppose. But even that would be hard, you know. So anyway, it's good to be back. I was on a little staycation only because the boss, he likes us to take vacation at the same time so we're not gone as much.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. And so while I refused to take so much vacation to sync up with Suk's entire trip to St. Lucia, I just took a couple days. What did I miss? Did I miss hot sports talk with Will Ortner and, from what I understand,
Monday, and then Patrick and I on Tuesday and Wednesday? It was a lot of NBA playoff action. I don't know if you know, they're going on right now. Teams are winning, teams are losing.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of good action. Will lost all of his money responsibly.
All of it?
Well, the ones that I gambled.
What do you mean? Like, are you on a losing streak?
Well, when you lose 2 in a row, yeah, I'm a football guy. Basketball, not so much. Tyrese Maxey really kicked me in the groin. Didn't feel good. Didn't like what he did at the end of Game 5.
Stole one from you, didn't he?
He was really good, man.
Yeah, he was a steal in the draft, it turns out.
21.
21st. Well, I'm going to have a special guest host tomorrow.
Ooh.
I haven't told you this. but there aren't that many people willing to come in here and yuck it up with us. Andrew Nemick was here last week, so he has balls. You know who else has balls? But perhaps one less Achilles, Dave Bartu of College Football Matrix fame will be in here tomorrow. He got permission from the wife and everything. He says that he perhaps blew out his Achilles, although he would know that, right? Like there's no real perhaps.
Is he a doctor?
Well, he was playing basketball with his kid or something, and he felt something. He probably just Damian Lillard it. You know?
Well, I mean, isn't that a pretty obvious one? Like,
yeah,
hey, it's rolled up, or no, it's not.
Yeah, you can't walk. I mean, if it's rolled up, you can't walk. Like you're going to surgery, you're out, you're down, crutches, bro.
I actually have something for him if he wants it. I have an emergency scooter if he'd like it.
Oh, fantastic. He may want it.
I need it out of my living room. I have like 4. I'd like them gone. He can have one if he so chooses.
Well, he claims that he felt something down there, moved a little, but he's going to be in. He's going to gut it out like Damian Lillard tonight in Indianapolis. Do we know that Damian Lillard's playing tonight?
I was told questionable, and he is a game time decision. Yeah, we'll know here in approximately 23 minutes.
He'll play. So Bartu will be in here tomorrow, and then let's see what else is going on. I'll be in Monday, Tuesday, and I think Buckley will be back Monday. Now, Buckley is out because he is enjoying his white privilege in the Bay Area. That's where he has gone. He had a trip this week, so he'll be back on Monday, and then Sukanik will be back from, quote, St. Lucia on Wednesday. So that's what we have going on here.
From the Hooskow? On
the show. I haven't heard anything. You know, usually don't hear from him on vacation, so, you know, maybe he'll be back. Let's put it this way, he's scheduled to be back Wednesday.
That's what he's told you so far.
So we'll see. I haven't checked his Twitter. Is he tweeting hot beach pics?
No, I can always tell when he gets in a Twitter kick because, like, for a week straight, it'll blow up my timeline. And then you won't see anything for, like, 2 months. And then he'll blow up your timeline, and then you won't see anything for 2 months. It's very much like he gets on, like, a Twitter kick for, like, a week. Almost like most people with, like, a diet or something. Like, time to lose some weight. I'm going to work really hard. And then by Friday, they're like, I'm out.
Right.
I'm done.
That's interesting. Isn't that the way you're supposed to do it?
Diet?
No, Twitter.
Twitter? No,
social media.
Some people do it every day, dude. I'll peek on there. I tweeted out my little pizza I made today.
Your little what?
I made a pizza.
Oh.
Yeah, people
Why
were
the hell would I care if you made a pizza?
Well, don't consume my content then, you big jerk.
I'm blocking you.
You should. There's nothing quality that I tweet out. It's just dumb jokes.
Apparently not. Maybe I'll mute you. And then
I won't know.
Yeah, then you won't know. It's like these people on the text line. You know, we have a text line here, Vancouver Ford text line. A lot of you don't even know this, but we don't see your text because we've blocked you. You're obnoxious.
That's not true.
It is true.
Well, there's a few that are blocked.
There's a lot blocked. Look,
how many are blocked?
Well, I'll go on. So right here on our screen.
You can go to a blocked part?
Yeah, it says blocked participants. See that right there?
Yeah, I do.
And looks like.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. A lot of numbers on there.
There's a lot more than I would have thought.
And then it tells you when they were blocked.
Yeah. What did someone say 8 days ago?
I don't know. Can you click on? Yeah, you can't. You can't click on it.
You know what I've never done? I've never blocked anyone.
Yeah.
There's never been a reason to.
Look, here's the reason you're going to get blocked. You can say whatever you want to us. We don't really care. But if you say it over and over and over and over and over, basically jamming up the text line, like repeat text, you're going to get blocked because you're just, at that point, you're obnoxious. And that's what it is. So a lot of these guys they come a little too hard at us.
A little too excited.
Repeat, and it's just too much. And then other people just annoy us, and then we just block you. But the beautiful thing about that is, you guys, you have no idea. If we block you, you don't get a notification. So
see, but here's the thing: like, if you block someone on social media, they know you got to mute them.
The mute, yeah.
But I've also only muted like 1 or 2 people in my life. I'm not a blocker or a muter.
I'm a muter.
Like, if I don't want to deal with you, I just don't deal with you. I just ignore it.
Well, yeah, but sometimes those algorithms, they put someone in your timeline that you just are so tired. Like, it's too much.
It's there constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tough one is when
they're the ones that are really, really active, and they're like fighting with people all the time, and it's like I don't even care. They're making pizzas. Like, who cares?
Hey, dude, people were attacking me for my culinary skills. Really? I had to show them that I can at least make something.
Hey, look, dude, nobody has worse culinary skills at this station than me. Nobody.
I'm pretty darn close.
That would be fun. A Will Ortner, Isaac Ropp cook-off.
Cook-off. And it should be like barbecue or something that takes a long time.
The grill I can do.
Can you?
It's fun.
I cannot.
It's fine. I'm not great at it, but I'm not a barbecue master. I think we should have to make like an egg scramble or something.
That's all I do. I just scramble eggs and then throw it in the pan, and then I just take deli meat and throw it in too.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're better than me because I don't.
You can't do that?
I mean, I probably could. Well, I know it's not that hard. I don't do it.
We need to find something that we're both equally bad at and then try and cook it like a chili.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Like Ropp versus Ortner chili cook-off.
I don't even know what I do.
I don't know what I'd put in.
I think I'm gonna throw. I'm not putting beans in mine.
Oh, so you're going the Texas style?
I don't like beans.
Because isn't that the Texas style? You can't have beans in the chili.
Beans are gross.
You're anti-bean.
The only beans I like are black bean, or not black, like barbecue baked beans, because they just taste barbecuey. They go well with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But the texture of beans is gross. I don't know. I'd throw some meat in there, maybe some cheese.
There you got it. Well, you got to throw in a little bit of cheese. I go like low calorie cheese, which I'm sure will offend people.
No, that's good. That's smart. Maybe some organic cheese.
I'm kind of out on organic. Like I worked at a Safeway, so I've kind of seen behind the curtain.
Yeah.
It's fake.
Yeah.
Like people say,
you have to trust it though. There's no other way for us to.
Right, but people say like organic is better. Do you know how many times as a produce clerk I just stuck the organic sticker on the thing and threw it with the organics?
That's brutal.
That's what I remember.
Brutal.
Do you know Jack Johnson, the artist?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when he would come in
Has he bought any shoes yet?
I have no idea. When he would come in to do the Gorge and he'd play his festival at the Gorge.
You know Jack Johnson?
Yeah, he'd come into the Safeway.
Cool.
So he's a big like organic guy.
I gotta tell you, can I before?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know that I could pick him out of a lineup. I
can't.
You can't?
No, I met his manager. That's it.
Oh, okay.
I never met him.
Oh, okay.
But his manager would come in and ask us for the organic stickers, and then he'd just buy normal fruit and put the organic stickers on because Jack was organic only.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. See, I got to tell you, as a guy who likes to try to eat more organic foods because there's just so much crap in everything. It just, I don't know. I'm just try.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line is, deep down in my loins, everything that you're saying, I know is true. Like I've felt that the whole time. But like I said, there's nothing you can do. You just have to trust it. And maybe sometimes you get something that's organic.
I bet. As someone who worked at Safeway for a good year and was moving up in the company.
Well, now I'm depressed.
Well, I'm sorry. Welcome to how the sausage is made.
Yeah. Welcome to America.
Yeah.
America.
Sorry, dude.
USA! Trying to make you fat.
I'm not trying to make you fat.
One piece of fake organic fruit at a time.
Just too lazy to go get the actual organic stuff. Or if you run out.
So, okay, let me ask you this.
Okay.
If I want real organic items, what's the best place to go to?
I don't know, like Whole Foods probably or like Trader Joe's. I was working at the Ellensburg Safeway. I wasn't
Ellensburg.
I wasn't out there really sweating it. You know what I mean? Like
I know what you mean.
That was
Ain't nobody
beer
got
money.
time for that.
That was not a real like everything else was taken care of with my scholarship. That was so I could buy beer. That's what that job was.
Well, if I were a
care.
manager there, I would not allow you to do that.
I used to trade the fruit with the meat lady so that I could have like steaks and stuff.
Nice.
And then I'd have my other people.
That's a good trade.
Grill it up. Yeah, I'd give them like free fruit. I mean,
that.
they'd pay for it, of course.
Now, what else would you throw in your chili? I'd throw some bacon in mine.
Yeah, I don't. Turkey bacon probably for me.
Maybe some. Well, I don't know. I guess meat.
Well, yeah, but I guess ground beef.
Yeah.
Meat.
Yeah.
Probably not
do you get
beets.
that?
I'm not throwing beets in.
Ew, beets are gross.
Terrible. Yeah, no, I think you get like
beets?
ground beef, maybe some bison.
Yeah, maybe some tongue.
No, not throwing.
What do you
tongue.
think about that?
I don't need something to taste me back. Like I'm not eating something that can taste as well. That sounds gross.
I think a cook-off between you and I would be glorious.
It'd be really funny.
And I really have no confidence that I'd win.
I have no confidence that I'd win either. I think, think about it. We could sell this. There's got to be some sort of food establishment that could put this on.
We've got a lot of food partners.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of great food partners.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd all love this. And then we could feed the public.
Yeah. Maybe the homeless.
Dude, we'll do it right outside the PSU library.
I love that.
Make sure they get food.
I was watching the news on that, as I told you. Did you see what they did inside?
No.
There?
No.
God, man. Well, there's crap everywhere, garbage strewn about, and they've spray painted everywhere. There's graffiti everywhere in there. It's going to cost billions to clean it up.
In the library? No, they don't have to clean that. No one's going in there anyways.
You know what I did respect? Well, that's true. You know what I did respect? And by the way, let me tell you this. Those people, I'm coming in with hot takes. None of those people are students. None of them.
I think they said 12 were arrested and 4 were students.
Yes. Get out of here with that. They're all a bunch of goobers they're just dopes. At any rate, I did respect one thing that they put on the walls, and they said, I forget what it exactly said, but it was something like respect the books. Don't mess with the books, but turn over these tables and hide from the police and spray paint Free Palestine or whatever on the wall. That's good times.
That's awesome. Well, hey, you know what? At least they didn't do what the Columbia girl did.
What? I didn't see that.
You didn't see?
I saw they arrested a bunch of people.
She was making demands because they took over the cafeteria.
Oh, was she the one that wanted the food?
The food. Delivered? She was like, make sure they don't stop the DoorDash from coming in.
Yeah, good times. All right. Well, listen, we got to go. We got sports to talk.
That's right.
Supposedly. We'll get our poll question in next. We'll have our NBA playoff paella. And then I saw that the College Football Playoff Management Committee met recently, and they simulated the expanded college football playoff. And it revealed an interesting little nugget, which we will get to this hour as well. I am back. It is me, Versace. Happy to be back. Will Ortner is here. We party with you. We'll be right back with our poll question, and it pertains to your television viewing habits when we return on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out.
fan, give us a follow, and we may or may not mute you. It's brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Today, we are asking you if the NBA Finals are exclusively on Amazon Prime, would you watch? Yes, no matter what. Yes, because I have Prime. I doubt it, or not at all. Vote, and vote hard. It sounds like this could be a possibility in the near future, although recent reports suggest that ESPN ABC will keep the finals as part of the NBA's new TV deal, but the streaming portion with Amazon Prime will include a lot of games, including playoff games. So get ready for that. That's where it's headed. I mean, we've already seen that with the NFL. And look, as much as people tried to bitch about that, I don't know about you, Ortner. You're younger than I am, but it was not a problem to go find something on streaming. I mean, it's just not a big deal.
Especially if it's on Prime. Like, a lot of people,
everybody has Prime.
Everyone has Prime in some way or knows someone who has Prime. The other thing, too, I wonder, like, as the streaming goes, doesn't this just lead to a lot more people watching games at bars? You know, most bars are going to have NFL Sunday Ticket. They're going to have this Peacock to stream certain games. They're going to have Prime to stream certain games. Otherwise, people aren't going to be going into their establishment as much. So I feel like it just leads to us either you're going to have Prime, so you'll watch, or you'll go and find somewhere else to watch. It's not really that hard.
You don't think people will sign up for it?
Well, I mean, at this point, I feel like if you're not signed up for Amazon Prime, you're never going to sign up for it. Like, you're not going to be like, I'm anti getting my packages faster than the Postal Service, but I really want to watch the Clippers-Mavs Game 6, so I guess I'll buy it. You know?
I mean, I don't know.
Is that the final push for you?
Well, it could be. That's kind of the point of the poll question. I mean, I don't know how many people. I don't know. The point is, to me, streaming. You know, it's just not. I don't know. Do you, as a young, what are you, 15?
Pretty close. Yeah, basically.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Yeah. So you're my kid's age. I mean, to my kid and you, streaming is like you probably hear people bitch about streaming. Like, what is your problem? Like,
it's so easy.
Get with the time. It is so easy.
I have no issues. I don't pay for anything, right?
And by the way, as a guy, as an old who has had one foot in the direct TV Sunday Ticket cable game, and then one foot in the now cord cutting streaming game, I can tell you that this narrative that it's just as expensive is wrong.
Really?
It is not just as expensive. It just isn't. It is more expensive than you think to stream, because over time, the more streaming services you add to your portfolio, Netflix, Prime, Hulu,
right,
whatever it is, that does add up. But it still doesn't add up to, at least for me, when I had DirecTV, and you'd pay separate for the Sunday Ticket, but my bill was still average about $200 a month.
Yeah, I think some of it is because the streaming used to be so much cheaper, and now it's getting closer. Like, it's not $200 a month, but there was a point where, you know, like, you really only had to pay for one streaming service, your buddy paid for the other one, you shared the passwords. I mean,
yeah.
Also, like, you can just head east, you know? Like, it's not that hard for me to find streams. I really like UFC. I'm pretty sure UFC 301 is this weekend. I'm going to be able to watch it whether I pay for it or I have a friend, wink, wink, who pays for it. Like, finding streaming services isn't that hard. I was in here when the playoff game was on Peacock. I found a way to find it. If you really want to find it, you'll find it. And so I don't think this is going to be like the final push that pushes everyone to have Amazon Prime or have Peacock or whatever.
But it's just the start of sports moving to those platforms, particularly important sports. And I'm sorry?
Local sports.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
like the Kraken, they're now,
right.
I mean, they're Amazon Prime fully, but like, I bet you the Blazers, right? It sounds like they're going to have some sort of streaming service.
I mean, come on, it's all headed that way. It's just taking time to get there. But I did see was it Nielsen released their report. This was from March of 2024, and I came across it, which revealed that the TV usage, and that means the percentage of people who use broadcast TV cable TV, streaming, or other. It's the 4 categories. Do you care to guess where the most people watch their TV?
Streaming.
Streaming.
Some sort? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is 39%. Cable is still at 28%. Broadcast TV is at 22.5%, which is wild to me. There's the olds.
Yeah.
And then other is 11%. But, and you can pick and that's the other thing about streaming is you can just pick and choose which ones do it for you and which ones don't.
Right.
You don't have to get them all.
I wonder if there's going to be a move because I do feel like we're coming to a point though where some people are kind of deciding which streaming services to have based on like how much they use it, just with prices going up. And I wonder if the streaming services that do have live sports are going to get more of a precedent to be like kept or, like, hey, I'm going to keep Hulu or right now Max. Max has been playing all of the TNT games. Well, that's perfect for me because I have Max and I can watch all these games and I don't have to worry about it. So, like, I got to watch every Minnesota Phoenix game in that series. I didn't have to worry about like trying to find a place to go watch it at like a bar, find a buddy. It was just on my phone and I could watch it and it was easy like that. If you told me like I have to choose between Max and like Netflix, well, right now I'm probably going to lean towards Max because I'm going to be able to watch certain basketball games, certain NHL games, and maybe even some NFL games as we get into the regular season that Netflix just doesn't have. So I wonder if the live sports angle is going to keep bolstering up some of those platforms.
I think that's exactly why they're getting into it. They know that they will get people that want to just see that. If you had to cut one right now, I was thinking about this today because we have them all.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to cut one right now, which one would you cut?
Well, I don't have Paramount Plus, so that's an easy cut for me. And then I'm probably cutting Peacock unless I find out that they're going to start doing more NFL games on there. Mm-hmm. Because, like, aside from one game, again, that's not that hard for me to figure it out. I really like Hulu because they have live sports and it's not hard for me to find stuff. And then Max is shooting up the rankings because of that, too.
Yeah, I like Max.
Yeah.
I'm keeping Max. I think Netflix has made a huge comeback in the last 5 years or so, what with just a lot of their original programming. I think it used to be I'd scroll through Netflix and be like, there is nothing on this stupid thing.
Nothing good.
And now they've got some good stuff. Like they've done a good job, and I think Amazon Prime is a keeper because they're getting into a lot of live sports. Now, you mentioned Peacock. I love Peacock because it's got a lot of golf on there.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm keeping that one. I'm probably cutting Hulu.
Really? Because their whole thing is they have live sports and
I know, but I don't watch live sports on it.
Really? Where do you?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I was gonna say like they have all like if you get the ESPN Plus bundle, like it's right there. Like you don't even have to worry about going to ESPN Plus. You can just go right onto Hulu. Like my cousin, he plays small FCS college football. All of his games are on ESPN Plus. Well, because I have the Hulu ESPN Plus bundle, it's like, oh, I can actually watch his games, and I don't have to go to Pocatello. Like, that's very nice.
But how do you get your... Okay, so...
Well, look, buddy, I'm not paying for anything.
Yeah, I can tell that about you. Cheap ass.
Wow. Well, actually, it's...
Well, how do you get how do you get cable? Like somebody said, people watch broadcast TV through their streaming network, so it's all about phrasing. Well, right. I think what they're doing in this Nielsen... thing is they're parsing all that out. I in other words, if you watch your broadcast TV through your streaming network, you count as somebody who watches their TV via streaming.
Right.
I'm guessing the 22% that watch on broadcast TV are the people that still just have the local broadcast TV channels. When I was a kid, Will, you won't remember this. It was 2, 4, 6, 8, and 12, and that was it. But times have changed. At any rate, what do you use for your for your regular TV? Because that's the other thing about streaming that may...
Like if I'm watching shows and stuff or movies?
That may be a hang-up for some people is you don't know is that if you really want everything, you kind of have to blanket with a YouTube TV or a Hulu TV or I have DirecTV Stream.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's like 60, 70, $80 a month depending on your package. So it's much like cable, it's just streaming.
Mm-hmm. This is where you're gonna feel old. I'm not watching a lot of shows. Like
you're your destination TV,
right? Like House of the Dragon's going to get me to tune in. I was really big into Reacher. That's going to get me to tune in. Most of what I'm watching right now is just like, hey, what's on YouTube that has like fun content? Right now, I've been watching a lot of golf videos because they have a bunch of like average Joes that I think are kind of funny. And then they go play 9 on, St. Andrews, or they go play.
I'll tell you what,
whatever.
YouTube now.
YouTube is blowing up.
YouTube is popping. Like, if you want to talk about the most popular
Mhm.
streaming service right now,
It's YouTube.
it might be YouTube.
And it's Joe Schmo who just goes out and is kind of funny and knows how to work with the algorithm. My roommate, he doesn't even watch YouTube really. He's all on Kick and Twitch. He's watching streamers because that's what he likes. He likes watching someone play video games, and then he'll watch for 20, 30 minutes, and he'll go play, then he'll go back to watching. It's the way that a lot of people my age are going, I bet you normal like TV shows and stuff like that really aren't getting watched on those streaming services unless it's like, hey, The Office, I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting times. Well, there's our poll question. AAA Heating and Cooling on X at 1080 The Fan. If the NBA Finals are exclusively on Amazon Prime, would you watch? Yes, no matter what. Yes, I have Prime. Doubt it, or no chance. We'll update you on that tomorrow at the top of the show. NBA Playoff Paella is next. Here's Will with SportsCenter. I had a delicious Peruvian paella at Andina the other night. Oh my God, it was so good. Maybe I'd make that in our cook-off, paella.
I don't even know what would go in a paella.
Look it up.
No.
Spanish dish. It's great.
Well, then
paella
I should
so
like
good.
it.
Just, I don't know. Here's my, and I'm sure, you chefs out there and people who know what you're talking about are going to laugh at this. I just throw a bunch of like scallops and shrimp and fish and stuff in with a bunch of rice and cool, awesome, good tasting spices and whatnot.
You said Spanish?
Yes, paella. Yeah, Paella.
Oh,
yeah. It's delicious. In this instance, it's our NBA playoff paella, and the playoffs are underway. I was about to say Milwaukee. It's not in Milwaukee. It's in Indianapolis, and the Bucks down 3-2 to the Pacers. The Bucks do have Damian Lillard on the floor, and he has already jumped out to a raucous 5-point lead, 13-8.
All 5 by him?
Well, they're up 5. It's 13-8.
I apologize. All 13. Hasn't missed yet.
I don't know. He's missed the cut. I don't know. I'm a host of the show. I just saw the thing.
He's there.
He's on the floor. That's important.
He's running
because Giannis is not playing and probably won't. So, who do you give a better chance to pull it out to? Milwaukee against Indiana, or Philly, who's down 3-2 to the Knicks?
I would say Milwaukee simply because Indiana doesn't have that good of a defense, right? And they struggle on that end, so you always feel like Milwaukee's going to be in the game. I mean, what was it, game 4? They have no Dame, no Giannis, and Bobby Portis fouls out, and that game is still within 5. There's no reason that game should be within 5 when 3 of your top 5 players aren't playing, yet that game is real tight, and they're right there. I feel like for the 76ers to win and win the next 2, you're going to need Tyrese Maxey to go off again for 30 to 40 plus, and he's going to have to hit big-time shots because Joel Embiid right now, he's just so hurt. So how much are you truly going to get from him?
Yeah, there's a lot of hate coming Joel Embiid's way, and I don't really get it. I get the frustration of Sixers fans because they just can't get over the hump, and Embiid's probably frustrating because he's always hurt. But my God, he's got, what did I read? He has like Bell's palsy now?
Yeah, what is that?
On top? I don't know.
It just
doesn't sound
bad.
good. Yeah, try playing basketball with that. I don't know. And he's in his knee injury. Like, didn't he have like 50 the other night? My God.
He did, but he struggles in the 4th.
Why are people all over him?
Well, it's because he's been doing this for a while. Like,
yeah.
he's had issues whenever big moments come up. Like, remember, what was it, last year, 2 years ago? They're playing Boston, game 7, and he has 10 points.
I don't remember that.
Unfortunately, I do.
I would like to see the case for Joel Embiid being a playoff, I don't know, are they calling him a choker? Is that what they're
Yeah, if you look at, if I remember right, the stats, it's like an 8-point difference.
Okay.
Between the postseason and what he does in the regular season. He's basically reverse Jamal Murray.
Okay. So Damian Lillard didn't have that reputation, but Damian Lillard only got to the conference finals once. And I don't think Embiid's even been to the conference finals, has he?
No, I think every time he's lost is before, which is why he probably gets that. I
get it, but I don't know if it's all his. I mean, the guy was hurt and came back and saved their season. They're lucky they're even here.
Yeah, well, I think some of it too, though, is it's Philly. So if you don't succeed to the umpth degree, like if you go back and you look at Donovan McNabb's stats, like he wasn't the best quarterback in his era, but he was a pretty damn good one, and he led them to multiple conference championships, led them to 1 Super Bowl. He just wasn't able to get the job done, so they hate him. I mean, hell, Nick Sirianni took them to the Super Bowl. And by week 10, they wanted him fired because he was DX chopping Kansas City fans.
Yeah, that's fair. Philly's another level.
Yeah, like if you don't win and win right away, they want you out. So
all right, well,
that could be part of it too.
Be careful. Yeah, no, I think that is part of it. Be careful what you wish for running Joel Embiid out of town. I mean, that guy's he's a monster.
Yeah.
But just got to keep him out. Like, here's what I would do. We were just talking about this during the break. Giannis has Achilles adjacent injury, right?
He's a soleus injury, which is
Okay.
the secondary calf muscle.
So not good.
Not good.
We don't want to push that. You push that, he could be out all of next year.
You're looking at same injury as KD when he tears his
Yeah,
Achilles.
he comes back, not going to be the same player.
Right.
So you want to preserve him, and certainly in Philly, you want to preserve Joel Embiid. This would never happen, or the players probably wouldn't even go for it. But my God, don't shut him down until January.
Mm-hmm.
Ease them in
right.
January before the All-Star break in February. That season is so damn long. They ride these thoroughbreds so hard in the NBA. I'm surprised nobody tries that.
Well, especially with Joel Embiid, because, I mean, you know better than I, when he was at Kansas, has he had a healthy season all the way through?
No, he was at Kansas for 1 year, and they were dominant, but he got hurt right before the tournament.
Yeah.
They were the best team in the country. He got hurt.
He doesn't last very long.
Same story. No, he definitely doesn't. That's why you got to baby him along. Now, obviously, like I said, the players wouldn't go for it. Contracts, the NBA certainly wouldn't go for it. But, man, for guys like Embiid and Giannis, Jokic may be a little different animal. He's that guy's kind of built to just be out there doing his thing 82 times in a row, and then, I don't know, he just got a different style of game. But Embiid and Giannis, man, I'd handle them with kid gloves if I'm those two teams.
Well, especially because, the surgery that he had this year was meniscus. So that's what's keeping it from being bone on bone in your knee. When you start taking out the meniscus, that just gets worse and worse and worse, and the wear and tear. Poor Joel Embiid's going to have, knee replacement surgery at, 38. Not because necessarily of that surgery, but, just with how beat up they've been. And when you start losing the meniscus, that's all the cartilage in there. That's bad news.
He's going to become Tim Duncan.
Brandon Roy.
Yeah, B. Roy. That ended his career.
Mm-hmm.
What I just meant Tim Duncan, in the way he has to change his game. Giannis maybe too, eventually. Giannis is almost 30, isn't he? Is he almost 30 by now? That guy?
He's close. But
yeah, 29.
He's also big enough, strength-wise and athletic enough to where he can, move. Once he gets going downhill, there's no real stopping him, where I don't know that, Joel, I don't know that he has quite the coordination. You know what I mean?
Well, he doesn't have his knees could slow him down to the point where he just doesn't have any quickness.
He's going to end up like Blake Griffin, not even able to dunk.
Maybe he could become a back-to-the-basket guy.
You should go to Europe for 2 years.
There you go.
And just train with Luka.
Yeah,
Jokic.
Lillard has 5. The Bucks win this, and they get it back home for a Game 7, which would be very interesting. So Indy needs this one, and then tonight we get Sixers-Knicks, Game 6. New York's got to win on the road, but if they do, they close out Philly. Good little night. All right, a couple of other NBA playoff paella thoughts, and then coming up at the top of the hour, simulating the expanded college football playoff, shed a little light on one fun fact you may not know. And we'll get to that coming up at 4. It's 3:47 on the Fan. and the knee injury. Like, I don't know. I think we should lay off him a little bit. Although somebody did mention the cheap shots certainly have been an issue in this series. Why people maybe don't like Joel Embiid or they're piling on him. Charles Barkley, I think, I don't know. I don't think it was this year. I think it was last season. Called him out on his body language, and sometimes he can. Yeah, I mean, he can kind of present like a little bitch, but who can't in the NBA? So I don't know. The other thing about Embiid, Sixers win this series if they can just somehow win these 2 games against the Knicks. The East, I mean, Boston. I want to say we should just fast forward straight to Denver and Boston.
I don't know. I think the Minnesota-Denver series is going to be great.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. We'll get to that in a second. You're right on the West. In the East, though, it's going to be Boston. I mean, they're going to slaughter the Cavs Magic winner, and then the other 4 teams. It's kind of a toss-up who will play them in the conference finals because Giannis is hurt. So it'd be Milwaukee, Indiana, New York, or Philly. Why not Philly? If they can just pull these 2 games out against New York, then Embiid could get to the East Finals here because you'd be facing a hobbled Milwaukee or a young Pacers team. So I mean, I don't know. He's got a shot, but the East, it doesn't really matter because it's going to be Boston. But you're right. That Nuggets T-Wolves series, sign me up for that. And also, I think this. I don't think the Mavericks. They're not going to lose to the Clippers. And here's what I'm basing that on. I watched the Clippers last night, and there was a lot of give up in that team. They ain't coming back from that. So the Mavericks are going to beat the Clippers, and then we get Dallas OKC, which is also a good series. The West is going to be fun. But I still say if we fast forward to Denver, Boston, I'm not sure how much we'll miss.
Right. It would be interesting, though, to see if we can truly see the step up of SGA or Ant Edwards. Could one of those two, which people seem to be pointing towards as hey, they're going to be the future stars of the league. In fact, some are saying that Ant is already a superstar of the league, possibly the face of the league in the future. Could they take over and stop Jokic when it seems like he's on a roll now that we could be talking historically great?
Yeah, that's the intrigue. I mean, this is the first time in 20 years the second round won't have LeBron James, Steph Curry, or Kevin Durant. So we need other stars. We do like watching what Boston is doing, at least I do. I like watching what Denver is doing, but it is the intrigue is in those young up and coming stars. I like watching these young stars. I like watching Jalen Brunson ball out. The top 2 scorers in the playoffs so far are Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Maxey. And then you have Edwards, and Edwards is probably the next guy, but in order to be that guy, you have to win these types of series. I mean, they're not just gonna anoint you and crown you. He's a great player, but it's all about what you do in the playoffs. And so if Minnesota somehow knocks off Denver here, get ready for the rise of Ant as the face of the league. There's no question about that. At the same time, I think we all know how this works, and sometimes you got to take your lumps in the playoffs. You got to learn how to win. Denver's rolling. Jamal Murray's amazing. Jokic's best player in the league. And it may be a year or 2 before Minnesota, gets over the hump. You don't just waltz into the playoffs and roll through teams like Denver. So, but that's the intrigue, yeah. And SGA, and what I was watching the other night. You're gonna laugh at me for this.
Yeah,
I actually did watch a little bit of the Orlando Magic.
I really like Paolo.
Yeah, I like that team.
If anyone else could play consistent offense, Franz took a step back this year offensively. He's been less consistent.
Yeah, Banchero's, he's legit.
He's awesome, man. And Sugg, he's taken a clear step up after his rookie year struggling.
Yeah, that's a fun I see where they're going with that team.
Right. They need a Robin offensively, because Sugg is the Robin, but he's so much better on the defensive end. If they can get someone to step up offensively, that team is going to be really fun.
Maybe I'm going to become a Magic fan.
Ooh, there you go. Because not many people out here are Magic fans.
No.
You could jump on before.
I'm going to order a jersey.
It's like buying stock in Apple when it was $10.
I think that's right. That's my team.
I think you got to pick a Mo Wagner jersey though, so that way people can't question you.
Right. I was on him from his Michigan days.
I'm a big fan of Wendell Carter.
Franz Wagner.
Franz and Mo.
Well, that Maxey guy, he was clearly a steal. He was, what'd you say, he was 21st in the draft?
He was 21st.
I looked that up. The Blazers that year picked 16th.
Ooh, who'd we get?
We?
Yeah, the Royal We. Don't do that. Don't be that guy.
Oh, I think you're being that guy.
No, you're being that guy.
You're that guy, buddy.
You're that guy, pal.
That guy, Maxey, awful good. Yeah, the Blazers took, they traded. That was the Isaiah Stewart pick, and they traded him. They eventually ended up with Robert Covington, which at the time
made sense.
Yeah. He was a nice ad. Well, it didn't mean much. You'd rather have Maxey now, but.
They could have had Maxey and then traded Damian Lillard for Tyler Hero. It would have been the best of both worlds.
Well, I will say, the Blazers, if you think about it, over time, is there any team that has more, like Maxey was a draft steal. Is there another team that has as many draft steals as the Blazers all time? I mean, basically, outside of Clyde, those 90s teams, those guys were all draft steals, right? Weren't they taken a little later? Cliff Robinson.
Why are you looking at me, dude?
Kersey,
I wasn't even alive.
Porter.
Scotty was like free agency. That's what I got for you. Scotty was free agency.
Oh, before that.
I feel like, though, recently the Blazers have been horrible at stuff like that, though.
Yeah, I think recently it's a little rough.
You took Collins, and then right after Collins is Bam. You start going back through some of those drafts. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that Jalen Brunson was drafted.
Really?
Yeah, I think
so. Why are we whispering?
I don't know. That's what I do with my
Jokic, second-round pick.
Right? Yeah, when the Quesarito was the commercial.
Why didn't the Blazers take him? Idiots.
Well, they wanted Yusuf Nurkic. He was in much better shape. Myers Leonard, too.
You remember that was a debate, Nurkic or Jokic, when they were both in Denver?
That was a real debate.
They chose wisely.
Yeah.
I mean, the Nuggets did, not the Blazers.
Nurk was okay.
Do you think they could have gotten you? Like,
no.
Olshey would have never told us this. But remember that? Back in the day, there was a talk of, well, Denver's got to get rid of one of them. They don't really work together, Jokic or Nurkic. Do you think there was a time we could go intercept the old phone call audio of Neil Olshey, the GM bro, on the horn with whoever runs Denver, and he was asking about Jokic and got close to getting Jokic instead of Nurkic?
No, I think there's no chance. Just judging off of all the big guys that he went out and got, they were all in like good shape. They were all big and strong. Like Myers Leonard, if you look at Myers Leonard, you would think that he was a really good basketball player. He was horrible.
Yeah.
Collins.
Leonard and Collins, those two picks, it's just
pillars of the franchise.
Yeah. Well, and not even to get into today's, this roster.
Well, you got to suck right now.
Yeah, but I just worry that some of these picks that they're making while sucking aren't very good.
You're anti-Scoot?
I mean, I'm not anti-Scoot. I'm just enjoying the narrative changing on him. Now I was told the other day, I was overhearing someone here talk about him saying, "Oh, well, he's not a scorer. Scoot's not a scorer." Last year, they were telling us he's like instant, like, I don't know about scoring champion, but they were saying, I don't know. It's just funny to hear.
Most drafts, he'd be number one. But because Wemby was there, he wasn't.
It's funny to hear after a year of him playing and not really being that impressive or showing that many signs, how the narrative is shifting on him. Now what'd you expect? He's a scorer. Well, yeah, I kind of do. Top 5 pick, wasn't he? Yeah, I kind of do expect him to be a scorer.
Top 3 pick. Yeah.
Yeah, third. Right?
His comparisons were to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
That being said, he's young. He's 19. He's still got time to develop. Give him time.
Also, the text police are in, and Scottie Pippen was traded to Portland.
Yeah, sorry I messed that up. I wasn't
idiot.
born.
Well, anyway, we don't need to belabor that. Who cares about the Blazers, right? Am I right?
I don't even know that the Blazers care about the Blazers right now. They care about Cancun or Galveston, maybe.
Do you think Sook's running into any Blazers in St. Lucia?
Yeah, but wasn't he too scared to go talk to Greg Oden, so he won't say anything to any of them?
What?
Wasn't
Maybe
that his
Damian
whole
Lillard
thing?
will be there next week. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. We got a break. When we come back, we're going to college football, guys. They simulated the expanded playoff, and it revealed something interesting. We'll go through that when we come back. It's 4:01 on The Fan. in for Buck. Buck is returning Monday. Suk is back Wednesday of next week. Dave Bartu will be in here with me tomorrow. We'll also have Joey Harrington on the program. I did notice that while I was away, they announced that the 10th annual Fan Golf Classic is now on sale. You can get your foursome at 1080thefan.com. We're playing this one Thursday, July 11th at Langdon Farms, presented by Autotown GMC. Sign them up. $650 for a foursome, which is a great deal when you consider all the food and booze you're going to get and the hilarity and hijinks. And you can play in the morning or the afternoon. So go to 1080thefan.com. Write me out. Sign up. All right. Well, we move on to a real sport, college football. Now, you just said Kirby Smart got 10-130. Is that what you just reported to the people?
Yep, he got 10 years, $130 million. Just got approved today.
What do you think?
That's fantastic. Now, Nick Saban never made $13 million a year?
According to ESPN, no. He did not make $13 million annually. He might have reached a year where he made $13 million because, like, this is his base salary.
Incentives, yeah.
If he wins more, he can reach higher. But I think Saban also was big on, like, I just won a national title, build me a second house.
Right. Well deserved. I mean, Kirby Smart is the best coach in college football. And it's kind of lame that he's a Nick Saban disciple.
Doesn't really shock you, does it? Like,
No.
with how successful Saban has been, at this point, half of the SEC feels like they are some sort of disciple of Saban, or at least were in his rehab program.
Good little hire by Georgia.
Yeah.
Good little hire. So the college football, what are they called? They're called the College Football Playoff Management Committee. And they met recently in Dallas. And so that is a group of 10. It's the 10 FBS conference commissioners. And for the Pac-12, who does still get a place at the table here, they were represented by Teresa Gould. Gould. I don't know, however you pronounce it. She's the one that they appointed when they kicked Kliavkov out of there.
Right.
Also, the Notre Dame AD is on the committee. And what they were doing is they were mainly taking a look at all the logistics of a new expanded playoff. All the travel and the dates and everything. And so I was reading up on what they were talking about, and a lot of it was minutia. But the one thing that stood out was they simulated the college football playoff into a 12-team format based off of the final rankings from 2022. Okay, so this is the year TCU beat Michigan and lost to Georgia in the final. But it's the 2022 final rankings with a twist because they used 2024 conference affiliations. So that would mean that Utah, for example, would have been in the Big 12. Okay, Texas in the SEC, and so on. So only the top 4 highest-ranked conference champions get buys in the 12-team field. Mm-hmm. So what they were saying was when they simulated this, number 3 TCU and number 4 Ohio State were bumped out of the top 4. In their place was number 7 Clemson, who jumped to number 3, and number 8 Utah, who jumped to number 4. Because remember, Utah in this scenario would be the Big 12 champion. Now, this is going to make Internet's collective head explode. And it's not something we've thought about because we're not thinking too much about the 12-team playoff and how it works just yet. So conference champions are going to be ranked lower than at-large teams, but in the end get better seeds and buys in the tournament. And it's going to be nuts. And people are not going to like it because imagine the Big 12 champ. Let's say my Jayhawks win the Big 12. Mm-hmm. Utah, Arizona, or Oklahoma State, whoever it is, they're getting a top 4 seed over, say, Georgia of this past season, who did not win the SEC. But we all know they were an excellent team. Same with the ACC champ. So in last year's sim, Florida State actually gets what they deserve, even with the quarterback injury. They would be a top 4 seed and they would get a bye in the 12-team playoff because they were undefeated and won the ACC based on the rankings. So I'm not okay. So this past season, Arizona. So if you ran the simulation for this past season, like I said, Florida State's in there. Arizona is actually the Big 12 champ. And so Arizona would have a bye in the stupid tournament. I'm not really sure how, because Washington wouldn't, because, again, they're in the Big 10, so they're simulating this based on 2024 conference affiliation. So I'm not sure how they would have handled Washington and Michigan both being undefeated in the Big 10. But nonetheless, lesser teams are going to get the bye. Oh, and Texas would have been the SEC champ. So just note that the way they're going to do this playoff, again, the top 4 highest-ranked conference champions get the byes. So if you run the simulation based off last year, Arizona and Texas as the Big 12 and SEC champs would bump Washington and Alabama, and they would have to go play in the first round. So I just want to prepare you all for that, because internet's gonna have a field day with this, depending on who wins. Well, mainly the Big 12 and probably the ACC.
It does, like, there are parts of it that are going to drive people up the wall, but it does feel like it is a slightly better version than what we'd had before.
Because, no, I'm in, yeah, for sure.
I mean, before there was a lot of like subjectivity to it. It was like, hey, I might think that UW is better than Alabama, but you might think that Alabama is better than UW, and so you'll vote Alabama higher, I'll vote UW higher. Or in some situations, voters would vote up SEC teams, lesser SEC teams, your LSUs, your Ole Misses, so that then they could say later on in the year, like, well, Alabama beat 3 top 10 teams. Yeah, well, that's an Ole Miss team that lost 3 or 4 games, but they were in the top 10 when they played. So I actually don't really have an issue with this. Like, your job is to go out and try and win your conference, and if you win your conference, you should be rewarded for that. I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, they're definitely emphasizing conference championship, and I too am okay with that. I think it makes those conference races more meaningful. At the same time, we all know in college football that there are several teams who do not win their league. I mean, look, the issue here is that the Big 10 and the SEC are so strong now, and the ACC and the Big 12 are not, that there are obviously going to be teams that do not win the Big 10 and the SEC that are going to be infinitely better than perhaps even the champion of the Big 10 or the ACC, depending on who it is. So the question is, do you like that they are going to that they do highlight and emphasize winning a conference championship to get the bye, or would you rather just have it be by the rankings? I could see both sides of the argument, but I'm with you in a general sense that I think that it is good that you place a emphasis on conference championship. It's just that the Big 12 as a conference is not even close anymore to the SEC. Like, it's not even close. So you're saying that whoever wins the Big 12 is going to jump a team that may not win the SEC but only has 1 loss. And, I mean, it's, like I said, last year's example is Arizona jumping in over Alabama.
Right. Well, and one team would jump in over UW probably because it was big. It was Texas. 2 Big Tens and 2 SECs, right?
Yep. So I don't know. Again, I don't know. Somebody texted in, and I'm totally with them. They said, I'm here for all the chaos. Correct. Right. But this is going to get controversial when it first happens. And they said, and I was reading the quotes of the playoff management committee, and they were in there talking about it, saying, hey, this is not a surprise. We knew we set it up like this for a reason. We value conference championships. But I don't think the thing they saw coming was how unbalanced these 4 leagues are now.
Right, but I mean, it won't be this way always. Like, there are going to be some years where the SEC has the 3 best teams just because of the way recruiting got handled, the way that coaches went through, the way injuries went through. There are going to be some years where maybe the Big 10, there's going to be years where it's more even, right?
Well, sure. But would you want those 3, if there is a year where you have the 3 best teams are in the SEC, would you want those 3 to be 3 of the 4 byes?
No, because again, I think it can be subjective. Okay. I really do. Like, unless you told me that they all 3 beat each other and it was some like round robin type deal, then Yeah, I think a way of keeping the regular season important, which is a big thing that they harp on in college football, is making conference championships matter.
Tend to agree.
Because there'd be nothing worse than, let's say we have another year like this year, where a team like Florida State goes out and they win every game set in front of them. They take care of business. You ask them to go on the road and go play a tough non-conference schedule, they do that. They go out and they beat a Clemson on the road. They go out and beat Notre Dame. They go and win these big games, and then their star quarterback gets hurt, so now they're the 12 seed, and they have to go on the road. Like, yeah, the injury sucks, and yeah, it's probably going to stop them from winning a national championship, but they took care of business in the lead up to that, and I do think that deserves to be rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, I think that on the very surface, you're at least getting the right teams in the tournament. We're only arguing about seeding, which is way better than the situation last year where Florida State didn't even make it. So yes, we're already ahead of schedule there. And somebody said, plenty of bad teams win their conference and make it to the NCAA tournament, the basketball tournament, and this is no different. And that is right. And I'm not saying there's going to be a bad team in the top 12. There probably won't be. I mean, I don't think you can be a bad team and win these leagues or be the group of 5 representative. Those aren't bad teams. Now, are they elite? No, some of them, but you're right. Every year is going to be different. And the reality is, if you're really one of the best teams, win the games in front of you, regardless of your seed, much like we say in the NCAA tournament. And ultimately, let's go back to the main point, and I agree with you, conference championship, the races for conference championships are going to be really heated because, man, think of the Big 12. If it's Oklahoma State and Arizona coming down to the wire, that is if it's for the league title, that is for the Big 12 championship game, that is for a top 4 seed.
Yeah.
That is a significant factor for a team like that in a 12-team tournament that isn't named, Georgia or loaded like Michigan.
Because there was a fear that would make those games not matter, and you'd see teams, not tank, but hey, you know what? It's close. We might not play our best player today. He's a little banged up. Let's let him have 2 weeks of rest.
And the other thing, too, is somebody mentions Vancouver Ford text line, 503-864-6326. It really doesn't matter for college football because the best teams will always mostly win. So maybe this helps kind of level the field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if Georgia is really one of the best teams, he's right. They probably will win. But making them go play an extra game because they didn't win their league, that's fair.
100%. I wonder also,
not unfair.
Maybe this is a simplistic view, but maybe this is a way of stopping, the 2 super conferences from being formed. Because if you're like Florida State right now and you're looking at the ACC, or you're Arizona or Utah and you're in the Big 12, like, unless there's a much greater amount of money being offered to you, why would you go to the Big 10? You're telling me I can sit here, be the big dog in the Big 12, and if I win my conference championship, I'm more than likely going to get a bye every single year? Why would I leave my conference? And maybe that's just a simplistic view from my point of view, where winning is what matters the most, and I don't always think about the money side of it because I'm not an athletic admin. But maybe that's a way of delaying or stopping every team going to the SEC or the Big 10.
As for the Beavs and Cougs, they will be treated as independents, but you guys already knew that. So they will never get a top 4 seed, but in order to make the tournament, they have to be in the top 12 of the rankings. All right, coming up next, let's get to a few sports snorts before we hit in the news. It is 4:21 on the Fan.
A surprise at the NFL Draft.
It's me, your sports bro. I'm back. Let's get to a couple sports snorts here.
Shut up.
Before we move on to In the News, a couple things in the notes. I saw that, well, this is apropos because we were just talking about the college football playoff being 12. Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, is out today saying, let's expand both the NCAA tournament and the college football playoff.
Playoffs? Oh.
Yep, he wants them both expand. We haven't even started the 12-team playoff, and he wants 14. He said he'd be willing to listen to 14. I don't know why they don't just jump to 16. I don't know why they didn't just start with 16.
16 feels like the perfect number.
Yes.
No one has buys, but you
Yes.
can let certain teams have the home games.
Yes.
Perfect. Just do it that way.
Cleaner bracket, just do it that way, my God.
Right.
But he's saying 14. And then with the NCAA tournament, he said 68 to 76, which, I mean, I don't really care. Like, this is the thing about expanding. First of all, college football, it needed to be expanded. I mean, come on. This is going to be great. College basketball, and this, we say the same thing here with bowl games or with the expansion of the NFL playoffs. Dude, more games, more teams, love it. And if I don't love it or you don't love it, don't watch it. You don't have to watch it. It doesn't matter. It's like they add these bowl games. You're like, oh, there's too many bowls. Why do you care? If Marshall gets into a bowl, you don't have to watch it, but their fans are going to love that, even if it's in, El Paso or some crappy-ass city like that.
Boise.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, have 800 bowls. I don't care, and I don't care how big the NCAA tournament is. I mean, quite frankly, they expanded it to 68, and some of those play-in things, because they play them there at the earlier in the week, the Tuesday and Wednesday, right? Those are fun.
Right, because you have two evenly matched teams.
Well, that and yes, they do. And anytime you get a one-and-done scenario in basketball, it's good stuff. So I'm all for it. Expand the NCAA tournament. I don't care. I don't care a lick.
Did they mention how they would expand it? Like, is it now 17 seeds, 18 seeds? Like,
he didn't say. Well, it's only 8 more teams, so probably more play-ins. I don't know.
I could get behind it maybe if you told me that the play-in games, like this switched it so if you won your conference tournament, you're automatically in, and now all the play-in games are for the at-large seeds.
Right.
I could get behind that because I do feel like it's a little bogus to say, well, you won your conference tournament, you're in, but really you're not because you're going to Dayton to play a 16 versus 16. I feel like there should be some reward for winning the conference tournament, and that's getting to play on Thursday or Friday of the tournament. But if you told me I got to have like Colorado and Colorado State battling it out for the 11th seed, getting to play whoever, that could be fun. I'd be down for that.
Well, I mean, the NCAA tournament does have a little bit, I mean, it depends on how you view it, but it has a little bit of a problem with this whole idea of conference tournament champions getting an automatic bid. I mean, it takes, that's how Oregon got in, right?
Right, they had to win.
It takes a spot from, and Oregon's a bad example because they're, quote, Power 4, but, some small school who wins their conference tournament gets a spot. I don't know, maybe he's saying that these 8 spots are for more of those schools that it's kind of unfair that maybe some team goes 31-2 in the regular season, does not win their conference tournament, and everybody's like, that team's really good. Let's give them a shot to play in, even though they didn't win their conference tournament. Something like that.
Yeah, the Indiana State kind of theory. So then we get to see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or whatever they call him.
I mean, I don't know. The NCAA tournament's great. More teams, great. Not going to bitch about that. I see where Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason have been booted from the NFL Today on CBS. Did you know that?
I did. Did they just get too old?
They booted the old guy. Well, somebody called him out on that and said that was ageism. They're moving J.J. Watt in there and Matt Ryan.
I don't know about Matt Ryan. I think J.J. Watt does a good job. I was very impressed with what he brought, and I think he's a fun Twitter follow. I've seen him on a bunch of different other podcasts. I think J.J. does a good job. I don't know that Matt Ryan has proved that he should have that spot, but maybe he's awesome. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him, but they're going with the younger guys. I think Boomer does a really nice job. I don't know about Phil Simms. I feel like he's a little cranky.
Is he the one that has all the crazy theories? Or is that his son, Chris?
Well, that's Chris Collinsworth. You're thinking of
No,
Chris
there's another Sims, isn't there?
Oh, Chris Sims. Yes, right. Yes, Phil Sims is Chris Sims' dad.
Yeah, and,
Yes.
and Chris has like crazy
he's-
theories about like how smart you have to be, and then you go back and you look, and he can't even repeat a play from when he was at Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I don't know much about Chris Sims, but I do know that he's Phil Sims' kid, and he does have he has hot takes. I think he's with Florio.
Yeah, they've got some
Yeah.
crazy out there takes. Maybe that's why he got canned. They're like, we can't deal with your kid anymore.
Which is better, NFL Today? Now that's James Brown. It's going to be James Brown, Bill Cowher, who they kept, Matt Ryan, J.J. Watt, and Nate Burleson.
Mm-hmm.
Or Fox NFL Sunday, which has Kurt Menefee, Terry Bradshaw, Howie Long, Jimmy Johnson, Michael Strahan, and Rob Gronkowski.
I think I'm impartial to the Fox crew, but I haven't watched any of those in years.
Really? You don't watch those?
No, like that's when I go to the gym. Like I want to be able to park it and like not feel like a gigantic fat butt all week or all Sunday while I watch games. So that's when I'll get up early on a Sunday, tough it out, go to the gym, and then come back so I can just sit there and watch Red Zone until the Seahawks play. Like I'm not watching any of those pregame shows. I don't feel like they do anything for me.
They don't. I'm not a huge fan either, but for some reason in the NFL, I don't know why. I find myself, maybe it's the halftimes. I find myself watching those guys a little bit more. I can't stand Terry Bradshaw. I think he needs to be put out to pasture. And I also think Rob Gronkowski's he's a meathead. So that show is probably better because I like Jimmy, I like Strahan, Howie's great.
Mm-hmm.
But the two old guys on there, well, not old guys, but Terry Bradshaw, the old guy, and then the young guy, Rob Gronkowski, I could do without those guys.
Yeah, I think there's only like the only one that I'm willing to watch is, and this is in all sports in general, is the TNT NBA one. Although the TNT hockey one with Biz and Merles, they do all right. I can get behind them. But if it's not like Charles, Shaq, and Kenny, I'm not really into it.
Dude, you're so right. That nothing comes close to what Inside the NBA has going on. In some way, and I mean this wholeheartedly, their show is much of the time better than the games.
Yeah,
like
100%.
just tune into their show. They will tell you everything you need to know, but you will have so much fun. They have so much fun. I'm convinced that the producers of that show give those guys gummies, and then just let them go. Play weird clips for them and let them goof off. I mean, you got to remember it's real late there in Atlanta, right? Those late games, and you're tuning in, and they're tired. But I was just reading today. If the NBA moves its TV rights, that show is over.
Yeah, it's gone unless they also then pay all their buyouts and bring them with them, which you would think they'd have to do, right?
They would. I'm sure they would try, but the thing that was out there today was that Ernie Johnson will stay at Turner. He's a longtime Turner guy.
He won't leave.
He's in Atlanta. He'll stay there. And then Shaq, they were saying, is probably just going to move on. He TV thing is just another thing that he does. He's got his hands in a lot of other pie.
He makes a lot of money. I think he just does that because he's having fun. But that's why it's also the best because it's not overproduced. It's just really 4 buddies hanging out, having a good time, and Ernie knows how to steer the ship.
Hallelujah.
All the other ones, it's just like, how can I fire off a hot take that'll pop up on X?
Yeah, they've got a great thing going inside the NBA. I would hate to see that end, and that if it does end, and it sounds like it's going to, they are going to try to recreate it. Who knows where Barkley goes, but it's probably never going to be the same, especially if they don't have Big Earn on there.
No.
Or Shaq. I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. That's a good one. What about college? You got the Big Nooner. That has Rob Stone, Matt Leinart, Brady Quinn, and Urban Meyer.
And isn't Reggie Bush there too?
He was, but I'm not sure that he is anymore.
They got rid of Bush?
Dead weight.
Voted him out?
I saw Urban Meyer at the Masters.
Oh, did you really?
He's taller than you would think.
Yeah, did you go shake his hand?
No.
Too smelly?
Well, I'm not a huge Urban Meyer fan, but he was with his wife, and I mean, I saw him like, hey, that's Urban Meyer. He was wearing a
No co-eds?
Navy hat. No. Although I totally could have trolled him, couldn't I? Or you've got ESPN, I'm sorry, but I think game day, you've got Reese Davis, Nick Saban now, Pat McAfee, Kirk Herbstreit, and then Desmond Howard, and of course Lee Corpso I could do without. But that show blows the Big Nooner out of the water.
McAfee has breathed new life into that show because it was
100%.
dying, and bringing in McAfee was great. And then I don't know if you saw the NFL draft coverage with Saban.
Yeah, he was great.
He was fantastic.
Yep.
Great insight, but then was also not afraid to joke around with
He's
the boys.
Fun. Yes.
He did a very good job. It's the same thing Tom Brady did at the end of his career. Like, he went from like, hey, this is this crazy psychopath red ass dude who would do anything to win. Now it's like, oh wait, he has a personality.
He actually has a personality.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with Saban and McAfee on there, just those two alone, I could take or leave the rest of them. I think Kirk's a little too uptight, a little too stiff. Corpso's dead. Howard's kind of, I don't know, he doesn't bring much to the table. I think they've hit a home run with those two guys. Adding those two guys.
I think McAfee brings the best out of Herbie. I've really liked Herbie the last couple of years as well. Like, gotten back into Herbie. He's awesome.
All right, there's a few sports snorts. We have more of those coming up later. Will Zach Wilson let Bo Nix wear number 10? Controversy.
No. Strong no.
But up next, we have In the News. Do you remember the great, well, you're not going to because you're a child, the great Rob Marciano? I have Rob Marciano news coming up next. But first, let's go to Will with SportsCenter. Is me, Isachi. And Will Ortner is here with me. It is now May 2nd, 2024. It is time for In the News. I am your noted and humble newsman. Thank you. Please be seated, America, while I present you the news. Today is International Scurvy Awareness Day.
I am aware of scurvy.
You are? Do you have scurvy?
I do not. You know why?
What is scurvy?
I eat citrus stuff.
Oh, yeah, vitamin C, right?
Yeah, it's like you used to get scurvy when you were a pirate or like a naval shipman.
Arr.
They called someone the lemon heads because they'd suck on the lemons, and that's how they didn't get scurvy.
Can I present to you the top 3 ailments that just sound horrific?
Yes.
One is scurvy.
I don't really know what happens when you get scurvy. I just think you die. I just assume death is involved.
Probably a poor assumption, but we'll look it up.
You don't die from scurvy?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're supposed to know these things.
One is scurvy. Of course, the plague.
That's a shot, man.
And mad cow disease. Those are the top 3 ailments that just sound awful.
Yeah. Does mad cow disease make you eat people?
What?
Doesn't mad cow disease make you eat people?
No, I don't
I think you go crazy and you eat people.
I don't think that's right.
I think so. I don't know.
You don't know.
I said I think. I never claimed to know.
It is also National Truffle Day.
Like the chocolate ones?
Well, truffles. You don't know what a truffle is, do you?
I know, like, pigs find them.
All right. Well, I want to be
for 'em.
I want to be a truffle hunter. If radio ever ends, God forbid, I'd go be a truffle hunter.
All right. I'll call you then on
hunt truffles.
I'll call you and figure out what a truffle is.
It's a mushroom. Do you remember Rob Marciano? I know I already asked you this, and
no.
I know the answer to this because, again, you're 14 years old. But Rob Marciano was a weatherman here in town. I believe for KATU.
Oh, I should know him then.
A very handsome weather hunk.
I know Dave Selesky.
Yeah, Dave's still here. Rob moved on to Good Morning America or ABC or something. Yeah, he just got fired by Disney. They fired him. Apparently, he can't control his anger like you.
Like me? I have not been angry at anyone.
HR.
What'd he do? Did he yell at someone?
Yeah, he was yelling. Apparently, the last straw was he and his producer were yelling at each other.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
And they fired him. He's fired.
I didn't know you could get fired for yelling at
Donald Trump fired. You're fired. Yeah, Well, yeah, I mean, he's just an angry dude. Had no idea.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I thought, like, to get fired for stuff like that, you had to yell, but also be offensive.
No. They just said last straw. Hey, look, you can't be a jerk these days.
I know, but like,
I know this well. When you're a jerk in the workplace, they don't like that. They'll move you out of there.
What if I yelled, like, nice things at you? Like, could they fire me for that?
Nice things?
Yeah.
No, I think you should.
It's like, you have great hair.
Thank you. No, keep it coming. Well, all the goofballs occupying the Portland State Library are out, although the campus protests continue. I thought police handled it pretty well, although one could ask the question how it was all allowed to get to that point. But there's graffiti all over indoors. There's garbage everywhere. It's going to cost them some coin to clean it up. But as we were mentioning earlier, I'm guessing most of those goobers aren't even students. Now the latest is, I was just looking into the latest on this, and apparently, forgive me for laughing, but there's part of me, and I'm sorry this is going to be insensitive, but there is part of me that I just want to let these dopes all just fight it out, okay? Just do your thing. I don't care about any of you. You're all a bunch of idiots. But apparently there's a guy who pulls up in front of the protests. This is not an accident. He has a can of bear mace on the dash, and his license plate read, "We the People." So as you can imagine, it did not go well. He actually, it looks like a white, maybe a Honda of some sort. And he does accelerate towards protesters and police. But then he gets out of the car with the mace and starts spraying people with the mace.
Taking the law into his own hands.
And, of course, this is all on video. Now, when I say he starts accelerating towards the people, he goes maybe 10 feet. And he looks like he looks maybe early 20s, looks kind of bro-y. Weird deal. He just pulls up. He's getting them all riled up. Some guy comes at him some guy is like pounding on his car and like reaching into the driver's side window at him. He maces the dude, then speeds up, starts kind of heading towards the crowd of people, but stops and then gets out of the car and runs away while macing anyone who is trying to trip him or hurt him. It's just, like I said, just you guys have at it. Let's put a cage around all of them and let them go after each other.
This is why anytime anyone brings it up or tries to like turn it on at the gym, it's like, just don't watch it, and people will stop doing this. Like that guy,
I don't think that's
that guy
right.
did that to try and get on TV. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe.
You think like, what's his cause there? Like, what is he doing?
What is any of the? I mean, well, we know what the causes are. What's he doing? I mean,
he's trying to get on TV.
I think he's upset about. I don't think so. I think he's upset about all the. I don't know, dude. This is like a conversation full of landmines. All I'm saying is, I don't see much value in any of it.
I don't either. That's why I don't watch it.
On either side.
I'm hoping that.
That's all I can say.
I'm turning the channel to Sports Center.
We're just the sports douches.
Or my golf shows.
We'll go watch Stephen A. Smith.
I watch Bob Does Sports. I'm out here watching Fat Perez on St. Andrews.
Who is Bob Does Sports?
It's pretty simple. It's Bob, and he does sports. He's got his buddy Fat Perez and Joey Coldcuts. They're hanging out on St. Andrews playing the old course.
Fat Perez.
That's his name. He's a specimen.
Coming up next, imagine rolling into Safeway and running into Hammer Guy. We'll get to that story. It is 4:48 on The Fan.
This is The Fan's window into sports. A viewing
baseball, transfer news, and I have Tiger Woods news. But this is in the news May 2, 2024. Yeah, I was teasing this by saying, imagine you roll into Safeway just to get your, your fake organic food, and you run into Hammer Guy, who has been arrested. This is a 47-year-old man named David Lee Magnum. This was at the Wilsonville Safeway when he was allegedly threatening customers and employees with a hammer.
How would he allegedly? Like, he was doing...
Well, that's what they're saying.
They have to say allegedly until
Yes.
he... Yeah, okay.
6:40 p.m., he tried to attack multiple people with the hammer. Deputies assigned to the police department responded to the scene, and initially a standoff happened with the suspect inside the store, but they quickly located him in an aisle. He was not cooperative, and they tased him. Non-lethal taser. Got him out of there. So he's been booked, faces charges of attempted assault, menacing, and disorderly conduct. I tell you, man, we are in a mental health crisis in this country.
Am I crazy for thinking it got a little better, though?
Yes.
Like, I thought it was worse in 2020. Like, I do... Like,
Well,
obviously, there's still issues, and there's always going to be issues, but...
Well...
Does it feel like maybe people are getting back? Like,
Yeah,
or at least getting help?
I see what you're saying. My viewpoint is that... I don't know. It's just weird. I don't think anything concretely here. I'm just spitballing, okay? So don't yell at me. But
I won't.
Young people are riddled with anxiety. That's just fact. And jails just seem to be full of mentally ill zombies. These people are all whacked out. And there's no reasoning with them. I don't know if criminals have always been this way. I mean, what happened to the good old boy perps? You know, the old school outlaws, right?
The mafiosos?
I mean, I don't know. It's
Where's
just
Tony?
It seems like they're all just whacked out of their mind now. And I get it. Not all psych patients are dangerous, but it sure feels like these guys are all snapping. And to go back to your point about COVID, so you mentioned 2020.
Yeah.
I do think one thing that I believe is that COVID and what we went through with COVID has really affected a lot of people way more than anyone knows mentally.
Probably, but I think, I don't know. I think that it got it more out in the open, and so it's less taboo to, like, deal with those issues by going to, like, a psychiatrist or...
Not for you and I it is, but
medicine.
not for the masses. Not for these guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not for Hammer Guy.
Not for Hammer Guy.
His idea is let's grab a hammer and head to Safeway.
Well, maybe find out it wasn't organic.
It feels weird, man. It just feels like, especially, maybe it's just the Portland bubble, because we got a lot of drug problems here. These guys are all whacked out on drugs.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, stuff like that's going on all over the place,
but
though. Drugs aren't just like a Portland thing.
We're pretty special. Yeah, but
like,
some of our...
I've heard of them being around in other cities. Other metropolitan areas.
Listen, I just... Portland has got its issues.
I wonder if maybe there's just more eyeballs on it now, so the stories get reported more, or maybe because of social media, you see it more now.
Yeah. We see the crazy ones.
Right, because, like, you're not... Back in the day, I'm assuming, so, like, the 90s, right, when all you have is newspaper and TV.
The olden days, right, Will?
Yeah, back in the old days of 1996.
The last century.
Right. You're like, if you're a journalist, right, you're not gonna write some story about crazy hammer man.
Yeah, there's not much there.
You're gonna write a story about, like, crime rates, or, you know, what this politician's doing or what that politician's doing. But now, like, you have to get eyeballs on things. You can fire off guy goes crazy with hammer in local Safeway, and that's gonna get eyeballs drawn to it on X or on Instagram, or it'll get people to go to your website. So I wonder if maybe it's more of we just see it now, as opposed to back in the day it happened, you just didn't see it.
It's possible. Someone in Texan says we don't have the mental health facilities to help the people that need it.
It's also true.
Well, but dude, my wife worked in this field for years, and there is no city that offers as much as Portland in terms of resources that people can use. There really isn't. It's everywhere. They just don't want it. But I just think we have more. Maybe it's just we have. I don't know. I'm going to shut up now. It just feels different. It feels like these people that are committing these crimes are all just whacked out. They're snapping, whether it be drugs or a mental health crisis or something.
Maybe it's also like the drugs, like we medicate ourselves more than we ever have before.
That's some wild drugs, man. How about just a couple gummies,
Maybe the side effects are greater. Yeah. I don't know. You're also talking to the guy though that like crazy weekend had like a couple beers. Hung out with the boys, went to a bar, talked to 0 girls, played a couple games of pool. Crazy stat line, huh?
That's your in the news, May 2, 2024. Let's get to the Hot 5 at 5. Like I said, Tiger Woods news. We've got some transfer news. Oregon basketball gets a little help. And get you updated on some scores from today. It's 4:58 on the Fan. On behalf of your sports bros, Rop here. Back. Big Sook will be back next week. We have Will Ortner here. And tomorrow, Dave Bartu will be in with me as a guest host. We'll also have Joey Harrington. Buck returns on Monday. That is what we have going on. We're talking sports for you guys. We've got some more sports snorts this hour. In our next segment, I was reading that the NCAA may be settling all of its lawsuits with regards to NIL and what that may mean and where college football is headed. We shall discuss tonight in the club, 6 to 7. You know me, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but boy, I don't know how you can't, kind of put the tinfoil hat on this one. We'll get to that. And I would like to know how seriously you all take your info being leaked in a data breach on a scale of 0 to 10. So we'll talk about that as well. Oh, Ortner.
Yes.
Viral video news.
Ooh, what went viral?
Have you seen the bowling ball fight?
I saw one clip of it, yeah. That is awesome.
Dude, it's unbelievable.
I don't know why. I don't want to spoil it.
Unbelievable.
I don't know what they were thinking.
I don't either. I don't know what would cause someone to get so mad that you would start hurling bowling balls at each other's heads. But let me tell you something. Stole the show today.
I was impressed with the strength.
Very impressed.
Because it was like, it wasn't me. It wasn't Sook out there throwing it. It was a smaller person.
Why'd you leave me out of that?
Well, I mean, you're strong, probably, maybe.
Very strong.
I don't know. You want to arm wrestle later? We can figure it out.
I don't do that.
That's
I'm
why
not all high tea like you.
I was gonna say
I don't have to prove anything to you.
I don't see you as someone that like ever in their life thought like that guy's a jerk. I'm gonna hit him with a bowling ball. I'm gonna throw a bowling ball at him.
I've never been in a fight in my life.
They're not fun.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Unless you win.
I don't know why guys do that. It's stupid.
Usually
it's all just your tea.
They punched me first.
I've never been punched. You don't get punched if you're dude, come on. It's the easiest thing in the world not to get punched.
It's not true.
So don't act like somebody just walks up and punches you.
One time I was just first of all, that's actually a TikTok trend right now, so that's wrong.
That's true. You're right. That element of it, and it's women.
Yeah,
right.
It was originally old people
in New York City,
and then Rick Moranis got hit, and then they stopped, and then they brought it back.
Yeah, that's no good. You're right.
Yeah.
But I just mean, it takes two to tango, fella.
My helmet got ripped off first. That's not my fault. Now, the kneeing in the face, that was my fault. But I wasn't as bad as your bro. Your bro was angrier than me.
Who's my bro? Oh, you mean Sook?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's a bully.
He for sure threw a bowling ball at someone.
Yeah. He probably is doing that tonight.
I'm shocked he hasn't thrown one at me.
Yeah, I don't know. All that just reeks of insecurity. Like, come on. We get it. You're strong. Put on a shirt. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I'm not talking about you, just generally.
Okay, I was going to say, my shirt's off in my own home.
We get it. You're strong. You don't have to kick that guy's ass. Be a man and walk away. Be a real man.
Oh, you're one of those.
Like me.
Be a real man and turn the other cheek.
With my bear mace.
Hey, look, it's clear that you listen to Mr. Ortner and not to Will.
Well, yeah, Mr. Ortner's a wise man.
Yes, I am when I tell my students not to fight.
We think.
All right, where was I? You've derailed me yet again, you son of a bitch.
Sorry, man. I'm really excited about flying bowling balls.
Oh, somebody said prisons in the United States are for profit. They don't care about rehabilitation. As long as the rich get richer, nothing will change. And this goes. That comment was based on our last conversation about mental health crisis we're talking about in the news. And yeah, we don't need to get into the whole prison thing. I think he's right though. But I just read that to tell you: have you guys watched the Netflix? It's been trending on Netflix. I don't know about you, but whenever I go onto Netflix, all I do is I scroll down to the top 10
Trending.
things.
Yeah.
And I just look at the top 2 or 3, and if I haven't watched it, I give it a whirl because that's what people are watching.
Right.
One of them on there was a show called, I think it's called, maybe it's Jailbreak.
Prison Break?
No, it's a jail experiment where they go and they film this warden at a jail in Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Has an idea that he wants to open his pod up and let them come and go from their cells in their pod, in the jail. It's controlled environment, but they are just basically on their own. They're not on lockdown. Like these guys are bad criminals, right? So they lock them down for 23 out of 24 hours a day. And just to that guy's point on the text line, this warden is like, this is no good for anybody. I want to try to rehabilitate these guys. I want to get them to, just help them.
Right. Maybe not go back into society, but not be completely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Not drive them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, so anyway, they do this and they film it, and it's a pretty interesting look at the dynamic in a jail, in a prison. Well, it's a jail.
No, I might have to go check that out.
Pretty interesting. And let me tell you, I won't spoil it for you whether it works or not. But man, a lot of these guys just, I mean, you see in there and you go, and you just are reminded that there's just a lot of people who can't be helped.
I feel like it would get Lord of the Flies very, very fast.
It trends that way.
And then guess what? The guy with the highest tee, the one who's willing to throw the bowling ball first?
Well,
leader.
Interesting that you say that. And again, I will not give it away, but the high tee guy jumps right to the front, as you know, there's always one.
Mm-hmm.
And you can watch and see what happens with him.
It's called the Alpha Bro.
Yeah. You think he had success or no?
Well, based on that, probably not. But
it's a good show. I mean, it's not an official recommend from me, because you know what it takes to get an official recommend from me. Because some people aren't going to love it.
Yeah.
But it's called Unlocked. That's what it's called.
Unlocked. It'll get put on the list.
Experiment. It's out of Arkansas. Okay. So we're ready to go with the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
The Oregon Ducks basketball team has landed Villanova transfer TJ Bamba. He originally played at Washington State, if you recognize the name. He's a big physical guard, shoots 38% from 3. He joins Nate Biddle, Jackson Shellstad, Keyshawn Bartholomew, Kwame Evans, and Mookie Cook, who all return for Dana Altman's 15th season in Eugene.
Hopefully they can stay healthy this year. I mean, that's why they were able to go on the run late last year. They finally all got healthy and got to play together, and you got to see their true potential.
Well, I don't think they all came back, did they?
Well, and Foley Dante did, and that was all you needed.
God dang, what do you think?
Yeah, and he, by the way, he could be back too. He's pending the waiver ruling.
How many years does that guy have? I'm pretty sure he and I are the same age.
It does seem like a lot. I think this is his... It would be. I think he's petitioning for 6.
6,
but I'm not positive.
So he is like a year younger than me.
But you're right,
years?
dude. They stay healthy. They could be nasty.
Number 4.
Well, Dana's a great coach.
He is. You know, the first text I got today when I came back to the show was from Masters Pete, who's always listening from down in Palm Springs or San Diego, and the first text just reads, "Fire Altman."
He's anti-Altman.
He can't stand Altman.
I like Masters Pete. I'm surprised he has such a hot take like that.
Oh my God, he won't lay off it.
Brought me Cinnabon.
Kirby Smart gets 10 years, $130 million. That's U.S. dollars. That's an extension. He's the coach of the Georgia Bulldogs. He will remain so. Oregon defensive lineman Ben Roberts has entered the transfer portal. He was one of the top up-and-coming players on that unit. Washington gets some help along the offensive line. They get Old Dominion transfer Chris Adams. He started all 13 games last season. And the Huskies also get Miami transfer, who's originally from Tacoma. His name is Jaden Wayne. He's an edge rusher and a former 4-star recruit. So good little day for, what's his nuts? Jed Fish up there.
It's going to take him a year or two, but this is a great way to build that base. You're getting transfers, but you're getting transfers that are going to be there for a couple of years.
Tiger Woods will be playing in the U.S. Open in June. This one is at Pinehurst. He's been granted a special exemption by the USGA, and he accepted. This was the first time since 1996 that he didn't qualify in his own merits. Now, if you're wondering about the other majors, Masters and PGA Championship, at least, he has a lifetime exemption, so he'll always be invited to those tournaments. U.S. Open, though, obviously it wasn't a hard decision for them. because, well, he's Tiger Woods. He'll sell tickets, and, he won the tournament 3 times. So they said, yeah, it was pretty easy to extend an invitation to the guy, and Tiger accepted. And his new apparel line is out. You going to get some Sunday Red?
I just got my first ever pair of golf shoes. Tiger Woods.
The Sunday Red ones?
No, I think it's his
TW?
last Nike shoe. It's his last one with Nike.
Okay.
Hey, dude, I've never had golf shoes before. I'm very excited.
Are you getting into golf?
I've always been into golf.
Why'd you buy shoes then? If you've always been into golf, you should have golf shoes.
Well, instead of buying golf shoes, I
smell
bought
a
football
lie.
cleats. Incorrect, sir.
You play golf in football cleats?
No, it was just choosing between golf shoes and cleats.
Oh.
Not all of us have the radio money. I had that Safeway money.
The Baltimore Orioles have taken 3 of 4 from the Yankees. They beat them today, 7-2.
Good.
Baltimore now atop the AL East. Only about 130 games left.
I think we should all stop the count right now. The Mariners are in first.
Yep.
End it. Season's over.
Yep. Although Texas snuck up on them today, they got a win. They shut out Washington 6-0. So the Mariners are only up a half game.
Yeah, no, really, stop the count. It's over. End it.
Mariners will be in Houston tomorrow. The Giants over the Red Sox 3-1 in Boston. Mets got 2 in the 11th to beat the Cubs 7-6. A couple of notes: Nathan Eovaldi for the Rangers got hurt in that game today, and the Mets are calling up their top prospect, pitcher Christian Scott. I think he's going to start on Saturday. And number 1, we've got an update on the playoff action tonight. Indiana, one more win, and they close out the hobbled Milwaukee Bucks. Right now, in the third quarter, about 6 minutes left, the Pacers are holding off Milwaukee 75-61. Damian Lillard is playing in this game. Giannis Antetokounmpo is not. Later, the Knicks, who are up 3-2 on the Sixers, they will play Game 6 in Philadelphia. And we have just one game on the ice tonight as Boston is up 3-2 on Toronto. The Bruins look to close it out on the road. There is your Hot 5 at 5. It is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. What if the NCAA just settles all of its lawsuits? Will we get Pro Football 2.0? That's next on The Fan. Bucks game. Got an eye on it here in the stewed. This has big Damian Lillard scorcher fourth quarter written all over it.
You think so? Why?
Well, because I think he's going to chuck it. I mean, Giannis isn't playing, and they're down 12 points, and they're facing elimination. You don't think Lillard's gonna give him hell?
I think he's gonna ride quietly into the night, my good friend.
See, I don't think he's gonna go quietly. I think he's gonna chuck. But I think what you're saying is maybe it'll be futile.
It's 81-69.
It is. We got 3 minutes left in the third, but how many times have NBA teams come back from 12? I mean, 12's nothing. And like I said, I just think Lillard's just going to let it fly in the fourth. He's already got 19. He's 3 of 9 from 3. I don't know.
He's missed.
I don't know.
He's rusty. He's missed the last 2 games?
I don't know.
He might let it ride, but I don't know if he's making anything. I mean, Middleton's been good in this series. I might get behind Middleton. I don't know. I don't see it coming. I think they ride quietly into the night. I think it's done.
We'll keep you posted on that. Well. The NCAA. I was reading a few stories, sports stories, while I was away.
Mm-hmm.
And saw the ESPN article that was talking about how college sports leaders are in deep discussions to settle their NIL lawsuits.
Well, my.
This would open the door for the framework of a revenue-sharing model in college football, particularly moving forward. So pay for play is almost here. It is amazing how quickly these things move, isn't it?
Well, I mean, just from listening to Nemec and from listening to Suk, they were going to lose. They knew that.
Yep.
So just settle and get it. I mean, yeah, you're going to pay a lot, but I bet you by settling, they save themselves millions.
Maybe billions. And you're right. I mean, that is exactly what's happening here. I mean, I think we're oftentimes conditioned to think that litigation is just going to drag on and on and on and years and years and years. But this stuff's moving really fast, and Will is exactly right that the NCAA, I guess the NCAA or just university leaders are lawyered up, and they're being sued from every direction. They're being sued regarding name, image, and likeness, and student athletes as employees, and just all. I think there's 4 main NIL lawsuits. There could be more, but they are on the hook. If they lose all this, they're on the hook for over $4 billion in damages. $4 billion, and that's just the 4 big ones. So of course they want to settle. Their attorneys are telling them this is not going to go well for you. So let's get ahead of it. So what you do is you settle. You cough up back pay to former players. But you also get the luxury of being able to create a revenue-sharing structure that is on your terms and possibly even throw in protections from future litigation. So they want to settle. So this ESPN article that I was reading reports that the top-end revenue-sharing number per school would be around $20 million a year. Now, we had Scott Barnes, Oregon State's athletic director, on last week before we dispersed for vacation. And he was alluding to this, didn't talk numbers, but the universities are going to directly pay the athletes, and they're already adding a future expense, a line item, as it were, into the budgets, into future budgets. So there are so many questions that pop up here. I mean, this it's just so interesting to me how we feel like college football moves at a snail's pace, and yet these things are happening so fast. I mean, remember how quickly, and it's not college football, you remember how quickly the concussion lawsuit got settled? The NFL, they settled that. And that was over. It's done. I mean, for a while, it was like, oh, this is going to take down the NFL. What will they ever do? Well, they're going to settle. They're going to pay a bunch of money, and they're going to go about their business and make billions every year. And that's what the NCAA and college sports are going to do here.
Well, I think this is a good way, too, for them to get back in control. Like, if you let it go all the way out, not only are you going to potentially lose billions, but you're then not going to be the ones that create what college football will become, right?
One hundo.
And I forget.
That's what the kids say. Hundo P.
That's not what we say.
I think it is.
Depends on what kids you're talking to. But like I remember, like Florio has a big thing about how in the NFL, the draft should actually be illegal, right?
What?
Well, if you think about it,
see,
the players should be able to come out of college and then sign with who's willing to pay them more.
Yeah.
But what happened was back in the day, the NFL and the NFLPA reached an agreement that has then made the draft legal. This is a possibility for the NCAA to come out and set the parameters around the pay for play and maybe set it at a level to where they can afford to do it, but still be able to afford to take care of the other non-revenue generating sports, because that's what they really need. And that's what the NCAA is really used for. It's not for, Ohio State football. It's for Ohio State gymnastics or wrestling or what have you, right?
Well, that's what Barnes was saying last week. He was saying, look, I don't know a good business model anywhere that sets out one company as its big moneymaker and then creates 20 other companies that lose money. That's not the way. That's why his point is this isn't business. This is a higher education model. It is not a business model, which I tend to disagree because football is business. But he's saying, he has to worry about all the other sports, like you're saying, and there's all these other programs that don't make any money. And yes, they certainly. This is an avenue for the NCAA to live to see another day and stay sort of in charge over the umbrella of college sports. There are a lot of questions that come up with that we just don't have the answers to yet if the NCAA settles all of its lawsuits. One is, it sounds to me like this would be separate of NIL. So including pay for play, in other words, $20 million. In the article, the Texas A&M AD was saying that 15 to 20 million at the high end per year would go to the athletes. Maybe 30,000 a year for each one or something. I don't know. They'd have to work all that out. It's just, in addition to that, the athletes could still go profit from their own name, image, and likeness, I would think.
Yeah, they would have to still be able to, because you can't. Not that I'm a great lawyer. I might have fudged my way through my sports law class. You wouldn't be able to stop them from getting NIL money. What would be interesting to me, though, is like the whole reason that Michigan was able to get away with their sign stealing scandal was because there were a lot of college football teams that were, or at least cried poor and said that they couldn't do the helmet comm, right? Well, if there are vast differences in how much each university would be able to pay into this, would this then start excluding some of those teams? So teams that might already be in the Big Ten, like a Northwestern or like a Purdue, if they didn't have enough money to, 15 million, 20 million a year to pay the players, would that then kick them out of what this league would become?
Well, what they said in this article, which it didn't make a lot of sense to me, but it said the teams, at least what they're discussing right now, is that if they settle all this and they pay for play, 20 million would be the top number. In other words, schools could pay up to 20 million to their athletes for a year, and you would opt into this model. So you could opt out of it, but now you're out of the system.
Now you're jumping into a lower system like in the FCS.
But if you opt in, you don't have to pay the 20 million, which I think they're saying is just commensurate to the level.
Gotcha.
Because I don't think Liberty's going to be paying the same amount as Alabama.
So you could run one of these universities like the Oakland A's. You could opt in and be like, we are paying $1 million total.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up a professional franchise, because that's where this is headed. We're gonna pause, and when we come back, we're gonna spitball about where this is headed, because not one human on planet Earth world has any idea what this is going to look like in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years. None of them. Even the people most in the know, in the inner workings of this stuff, have no idea. It is total Thunderdome right now. So when we come back, let's spitball, because it does feel like this is headed one way that will, it's going to be hard to wrap your head around it, but all the signs point to this being the future of college football.
Right.
So we will get to that next, but first, here's Will with SportsCenter. small, they could become pro football 2.0. We were talking about the revenue sharing number, pay for play. So student athletes would begin being paid by the universities. There are a lot of questions with this. The number in this ESPN story was $20 million per year. That's the most that a school could pay its athletes. But other questions would come up, like why wouldn't attorneys challenge that $20 million a year number? I mean, why yes, you get to settle your lawsuits and they're over, but you also don't just get to say, okay, we're just going to pay you X. No, that's typically collectively bargained. Would the athletes then unionize? Would athletes be designated as employees? How does it work with Title IX? I mean, there are a lot of questions, but the bigger picture here is what Will just alluded to before we went to break. You brought up the Oakland A's. Like, watch one of these college football programs treat their, quote, franchise like the Oakland A's. And I think that's exactly where this is headed, is that college football teams are going to be franchises. This is a situation where, and I think right now they're calling it the College Football Super League. That's another way of saying, like this man said on the text line, or perhaps a woman, I don't know. Whoever texted on the text line, they said all the conferences should just go Big East style and drop football, let big-time football go full-on pro minor leagues. That is where this is headed. Mm-hmm. And if that is the case, call it the Super League, call it the pro minor league, whatever you want to call it, Pro Football 2.0, what is to stop What is to stop schools? So, like, think of it in terms of Oregon. Oregon Duck football would be a franchise owned by the university, just football, not anything else. What is to stop players from just getting contracts to play football and not go to school?
Yeah, like, could you continue to force them? Not force them, but right now you have to go to class and you have to have a certain GPA to play on the football team. Would that be a requirement? Would it kind of turn into the model that the NHL has for their teams, right? Like, if you don't want to go to school, like, obviously you have to go to high school, but if you don't want to go to college, you go play for a team like the Portland Winterhawks in the WHL or Quebec Major Junior or in the Ontario Hockey League, because hey, I want to play hockey, and if I get a chance, I'm not going to college, I'm going straight into the minors. And if you want to go into the college route, you can go and sign on with a scholarship to Denver University or North Dakota State or whoever. But then that means that you're going to be in college for 3 years and you're going to abide by the college rules. Like, if you don't have a 2.0, you don't get to play.
Yeah, I think, and look, I would imagine the universities will want to keep the, quote, higher education model, even though it would be pay for play. But all it would take is one really good football player to come along and say, yeah, I want to go play at Oregon, but I don't want to go to school.
Right.
You want me or not? And that's it. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, he's not, I don't know. This is headed towards Pro Football 2.0. And the question no one is talking about is, would players even have to go to school? And if so, why would they? So Caitlin Clark's another good example. She's turning pro. As a matter of fact, I think her debut is this weekend. Staying in college is more lucrative to her. Now, this would not be the case for the high-level college players. Like Caleb Williams, he should go to the NFL because he's going to make more money. But staying in college for Caitlin Clark is more lucrative. So why not forget school and just stay at Iowa? You're making more money at Iowa than you are in the WNBA. Now, this is, she still probably gets the Nike contract no matter what. She's high profile enough to get that. It's so wild to think how we've gone from university officials saying, over my dead body will we pay student athletes, to all of this. And to think about what this could turn into is just, it's a thought exercise. It's futile because we don't know. No one knows. But it's also really wild to think about where this might all be headed and what it looks like.
Well, you brought up a great point earlier with Title IX that I didn't think about. You're not going to be able to do pay for play for just football. I don't think that that's going to fall inside the Title IX guidelines, because like the whole point of Title IX is equal representation, right? So like for me at the school that I went to, it was Central Washington, you had to have the same amount of scholarships for men and for women's sports during that season, right? So like I played football in the fall. Well, there were 2 women's teams, the volleyball team and the soccer team, and if you combine their scholarships, that was enough to equal our scholarships there for the football team. In the winter, you just had basketball and basketball, so it was even, and then there gets into some weird stuff when it's like track and then softball and baseball. But if you're doing pay for play for football, wouldn't then you have to do a pay for play for some of the women's sports as well?
That's what they're going to want, but...
And they should get if you do it for one.
Well, again, it's a really open-ended and big question what happens with Title IX here, but I think where that comes in, and again, we're just spitballing, we have no idea,
right?
But that would then lead to the Super League. That's why the schools that matter in football are just going to split. They don't care. They could punt on the NCAA. If the NCAA settles all these lawsuits and stays in charge of college athletics, I'm guessing that is the beginning of the end of the NCAA being this connected with all of its sports. Football breaks off, does its own thing. And that way, because those players are worth much more than players on the volleyball team or whatever, right? And NIL is a whole nother story. Like NIL, if you got some volleyball player that can earn $1 million from her social media, then she can go get that. That's different than pay for play.
Right.
So you're right. There's a lot to be ironed out here in terms of who gets paid, how much they get paid, what's the cap, who decides all that. But in the end, I think that the major football leagues, the Big Ten, the SEC, as we know them now, they're just going to bust out of the NCAA and go, dude, we don't need you. We're going to make our own rules.
Right.
We're going to go do our own thing. We're going to get our own TV contract, and we're going to make as much possible money as we can to offset athlete salaries that we are forced to pay via the courts in our other sports. Because it is still, I mean, you still have those sports under the same umbrella, the same university.
Right.
So that's how I see it. But again, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I just think it's a really interesting thing to think about somebody like Caitlin Clark, who can make more money at Iowa if she just stays and punts on school.
The other part that gets really interesting too is like right now, a large portion of athletic money comes from donations, right? You get donors that come in and boosters that give you money. When a booster gives the school money, would the booster then get to say, this is only to contribute to your pay for play fund? Or would the school then be able to take like, hey, we'd like you to donate to the school. It could go to this, but then once you hit your 20 million, hey, the rest of that money now goes to something else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like, and I don't know if that right now, like obviously, well, I guess I am a donor. I sent $25 to Central, but when I sent them money, I knew that it was going to athletics in some form or fashion. But if you are doing a pay for play model and that's how you chose to raise the money, or that was one of the different ways that you did raise that money for pay for play, what if I'm a big donor and I donate, a couple 100,000 and they only need 100,000? Well, where does that extra 100,000 go? Does it stay there? Does it now get used on the soccer team or the golf team? Maybe I don't want it used on them. Where does that money go and how does it work?
Yeah. Dude, a lot of questions. A lot of good questions. It's just really hard to know what it's all going to look like, but it is headed to pay for play, and it is headed towards a pro football-like model. And I think some of these, I don't know. I know a lot of people don't like the disruption. They don't like the change. College football as we know it is gone. But I've got my popcorn. I mean, this stuff is fascinating.
It'll probably lead to better play if you really think about it.
The first thing that has come out, I saw this just today, from this whole idea of them settling these lawsuits and pay for play being a thing, is that kids will no longer be able to opt out of bowl games. They will be under contract.
Yeah, you got to go do it.
You're getting paid, get your ass to the game, and so that will instantly right there. Mm-hmm. It's a better postseason.
when does the Live League get created?
Well, I've been saying all along, I think the Beavers should go get some of that Saudi money.
Yeah, think about it. They could play football in shorts.
Bail them out. I don't know, man. It's going to be fun.
It's exciting. And it was only a matter of time for this to happen. I think that a lot of older generations, not to just continue to beat that I am the young guy here, but I think a lot of older generations, like they've been so entrenched in the pageantry and the tradition, and USC plays Notre Dame this week. You know, the Red River rivalry is the first weekend in October. This team plays this, and with this younger generation, there's a little bit more of narcissism for sure, and a little bit more of a me culture, but there's also more information that these players have that they didn't have 20 years ago, 15, even 5 years ago, where you can see what's happening, or you can see, hey, what's going on in the courts, and you can continue to fight for yourself that in the past you couldn't do just because you didn't have communication with kids at other schools. I mean, half the time you didn't even know the kids at the other schools. Now you know them all because you all go to the same camps.
Yeah, and you're also going to have, you're likely going to have a CBA collectively bargained by big, high-paid attorneys. You're going to have unions, and it's just going to be completely different. But, for those saying, oh, this is going to ruin everything, well, I don't know. I mean, if college football, the big college football schools, top 60, whatever it is, go into and form their Super League, those TV deals, they get it right. Those TV deals are going to be worth so much money. Maybe it kicks down a percentage and helps keep the non-revenue sports alive. Some of them are probably going to go club. That's what Scott Barnes was lamenting last week. But some of them may not. Who knows?
Wasn't that also evolution too?
Evolution.
Like,
mean
there's a reason
survival of the fittest?
Right. Like, there's a reason saber-toothed tigers aren't around anymore. Like, unfortunately, there's a reason that fencing isn't around anymore.
Yeah.
Unless you're at Stanford.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah. I think there's some people that believe that those sports should exist. They should be funded by the universities and football programs, and they should take care of them, and it's great for everybody and kumbaya, but it's just not that way anymore. It's just not. And they don't have a ton of eyeballs on a lot of those sports. What are you supposed to do? Maybe, just maybe, we'll talk more about this tomorrow with Dave Bartu. He's going to be a special guest host. We'll also have Joey Harrington in. Maybe we'll ask him about it. So, but it's also kind of, I know we got carried away there, but it's kind of a futile exercise to just sit and speculate on what this is going to look like. But to me, I can't.
It's fun.
Yeah, it really is. It's really fascinating to think what college football may look like in 10 or 15 years.
I mean, would you really have thought that, when you started this show with Suk, 20 years ago, that you'd be like,
no.
Well, how much money do they have in NIL to pay to high schoolers as opposed to transfer players?
No. Dude, the Pac-12 is gone.
You want to know how much it
Tell me that 20 years ago. I'd be like, dude, you're crazy.
You want to know how much it's changed? When I was a freshman, which is 2016, the transfer portal wasn't invented yet. I was a college football player before the portal.
Couldn't even transfer.
You had to sit out a year.
Yeah.
They don't even have 2-a-days anymore. Soft. No one's throwing helmets at each other anymore.
Or bowling balls.
No, that's still happening.
All right. Sports Snorts to wrap up the hour next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Okay, well, I'm getting wind, I'm catching wind that there is some big shot Alabama kid who is considering the Ducks.
Peyton Woodard. He was Woodyard, excuse me. He was a safety for him last year, 4-star recruit, top 115 player in the nation. Nick Saban raved about him. If the Ducks could get him, that would really strengthen their back end.
Who else is he considering?
He's got a couple other schools. Well, I'm getting it from the Ducks wire, so they're not going to mention that.
Probably Kansas. Rock Chalk.
Hey, championship 2035, right?
42. Get aboard. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Autotown GMC presents the 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Thursday, July 11th. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Choose from the morning or the afternoon round. Autotown GMC, they are professional grade in Gladstone. Also
How seriously do you take your info being leaked in a data breach? I got a notification about that today. And conspiracy theory alert. A couple of sports snorts to wrap up the hour here. Did you see that Justin Fields may be a kick returner for the Steelers?
How real is that?
Well, probably not very, but one of his teammates said it on a podcast, and all he said was the coaches threw out the idea.
Well,
and I'm sure there are a lot of ideas thrown out like that all the time that don't come to fruition.
But if you're doing that, then just move him to receiver, because you don't want your quarterback back there. You don't it'd be weird to put your backup quarterback back there. Like at this point, just have him do the Terrell Pryor and move to receiver.
Well, remember new rules, new kickoff rules. So
same punt rules though.
Yeah, but I don't think they would have him on punt returns. They could just kick returns with the new rules. In that instance, he would be less prone to injury. But yes, you probably don't want to expose either of your quarterbacks to anything that could possibly get them hurt.
Well, because even with the new kickoff rules, they're not running from as far at you, but you still have to set up the blocking. Everything has to, they're designed plays. Kickoff returns are designed plays to some sort of degree. And so he would have to use that. I think it'd be better to just get a shifty player back there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today. I was like, I'm wondering what is better with the new kickoff rules. I guess we're just going to have to see it first.
I think
kind of get a feel.
We're going to see a lot of crazy stuff, I think, the first
so
3 or 4 weeks, because teams are just going to throw stuff out there like, why
Hell
not?
yeah, let's try this. This is a special teams coordinator's dream. What else do they do?
Right? Well, I mean,
tell the kicker to kick it straighter?
Maybe you do throw him out there, and because you can have 2 returners in the landing zone, he catches the ball, he waits for everyone to get on him, and he throws it to the other side.
There you go. See, now you're thinking.
But if you do something like that's putting a lot of risks. You got to throw him out there every time. If it doesn't get kicked to him, now he's got to.
He's your
now he's got to block.
Who cares? He sucks anyway. But I was thinking about today, like, what is the? We'll have to watch and see how the kick returns work. But do you want a burner back there, or do you want a more, just a thicker guy who's harder to bring down, like Fields? I don't know.
I think I'd love to see like Xavier Worthy, the kid that Kansas City just drafted, because you'd have to think if he can get through the initial line, he's gone. Like, you don't necessarily need the shifty type of guy like Cribbs anymore. Like, if you can get someone who is just plain fast,
get a lane and let him fly.
Yeah, like get a John Ross type and let him go.
Well, that'll be fun. Zach Wilson has chosen number 10. This is very controversial in Denver. He's with the Broncos now. He took number 10. Well, that's Bo Nix's number. And Bo wants number 10, so will Zach Wilson let Bo Nix wear number 10? Or do we already have drama in the Broncos quarterback room? I can't imagine.
Just don't let him buy your mom.
Zach Wilson, not much leverage there, huh? I mean, you can't be demanding things even though he's a rookie. You're lucky to have a job, buddy.
Right. I don't know.
And by the way, you were right about this Bucs game.
Yeah. Will knows ball.
Indiana 118, Milwaukee 94. I was saying it was teed up for a big fourth quarter Damian Lillard heater because he's just going to chuck. Well, he has. He's just missing everything. He looks tired. And now the reserves are in, and it's over. The Bucs are going home.
He's old.
Who?
Dame. Dame is old.
Well, he's hurt.
Yes, but even if he wasn't hurt, he's taken slight regressions the last 2 years. He's a very, very good player, right? He's an all-star. He's an all-star starter. But he's not Damian Lillard, who's taken shots over Paul George to send him home in OKC.
Well, he did have one of those games, didn't he, in this series?
He had a really good game 1, but again, he had a really good first half in game 1. He had 35 in the first half. Now, you didn't need any more points from him the rest of that game, but that's the amount of points he had total.
Well, he's 4 of 12 from 3 tonight, 28 points, leading the way for the Bucs, but they're down 22. The game's over. They out. Wow. Man. When we saw Damian Lillard traded to Milwaukee, we were like, uh-oh, watch out. There's the favorite in the East. Yeah, no, not so much. And, of course, injury. But
well, the problem is we fall in love with offense, and we don't really think about how certain players work with a certain team. And it feels like what this team is missing is what they traded away in Drew Holiday. They're missing that lockdown defender. I mean, Patrick Beverley's all right, but he's not Drew Holiday.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out if you're right next year, if they're healthy.
Yeah, that's right. There's always next year.
Is
Bucs
Doc
fans.
coming back, you think? They're putting Doc back out there?
I hope not.
With those bros?
I don't see them winning anytime soon with Doc, but I'm also a big Doc hater. I don't believe in Doc.
A lot of people don't.
Think about it. He has 1 title, and he's coached, 4 or 5 of the best teams in the last 20 years?
That's what I think of Frank Vogel.
I think that's fair. I don't necessarily think he deserves to be fired for what's going on in Phoenix.
No, deserving is not the right word because the coach is always going to go before. You can't fire Kevin Durant.
Right.
Well, but if Durant's not happy with the offense, you're firing the coach. Yeah. I know it's probably not. I'm not saying Frank Vogel's a bad coach, but he's probably going to be let go in Phoenix.
Yeah, probably.
And so is Darvin Ham.
Right, probably.
But Vogel won 1 title, and he won that COVID. It was the COVID bubble title.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, he's had Paul George in Indiana.
Yeah,
he's had Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker this year. He had LeBron and AD, and he's got the COVID title and then a bunch of first-round exits.
Right, but to be fair to him, he's not the one who assembled this roster that didn't have a point guard. And 3 players that
No, I get it.
create shots for themselves but don't create shots for
Look,
anyone else.
It's almost never the coach's fault.
But it's the coach's fault.
But it's always going to be blamed on the coach because he's the easiest guy to let go.
Right.
That's just the way it is.
And you can move on from them and then just go,
Yep.
But for whatever reason, Doc just keeps getting brought back and brought back. And
I know.
everyone ripped on it. What was it, Griffin, who was there beforehand? And I know it wasn't the easiest start of all time, but they were doing a lot better with him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to go back in time and put him back in there.
See
they
what would
never
happen.
fire him and see what would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I know people didn't love him, and a lot of Blazer fans really didn't like him because he got rid of Stotts, but I don't know. They had a much higher winning percentage then.
We got to move on, Will. That's sports talk for you guys. Thank you.
It's over.
We think.
It's over.
We think.
All right, I got a conspiracy theory alert, and we talk about data breaches. Next in the club, on the Fan.
Your
What's going on? Hope everyone's having a nice little night. Didn't rain today. At least I don't think.
It was very nice today.
Yeah. It's been kind of a rough week.
I don't mind the rain.
Oh.
I'd like it to not rain Saturday.
What's going on Saturday?
Cinco de Mayo, bro. I mean, it's not.
Isn't that
but...
Sunday?
Yeah, but it is. You know what I mean?
No.
All right, that's right. You're old. You're not partying.
That is correct. I'm not partying. What do you mean? So everybody's going to be out. It's like Halloween. The weekend that's around Halloween is when everybody parties and dresses up?
Well, yeah, pretty much. They were.
Why don't you party on Sunday?
Well, because then I got to go to work on Monday.
What are you, a little bitch?
No, I got to go to work on Monday. One party on Saturday.
Kick the ball, you little bitch.
Well, you can't go to work hungover?
I try not to, because I'm a professional.
What will you drink on Cinco de Drinko? Coronas?
Yeah. Maybe
will you
some
wear
tequila.
a sombrero?
I will not, because that's offensive. Or could be construed as
Well,
offensive.
I tell you, as an ex-bartender, I absolutely hated the drinking holidays.
Why? Just because everyone acted like a bunch of jerks?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily jerks as much as just those are the days when you get people that drink that don't normally drink and they ass out. I mean, it doesn't mean they act like jerks. They just can't handle their alcohol. And people start drinking super early, and it's just like, God, dude. Like, if you're going to drink for Cinco de Drinko and get all housed, practice.
Well, you got to be smart about it. Like,
lead up to it.
Yeah, there's a whole build-up. There was a thing we were going to go to. I think it was out on the waterfront. Like, I think they were having boxing matches and stuff. Like, it sounded fun. But you pace yourself.
Well, that's St. Patrick's Day, right?
Well, I think Cinco de Mayo was doing it, too.
Oh, are they? Okay. Well.
Yeah. Well, and Canelo's fighting. Like, there's all kinds of reasons to be excited. But you just got to be smart about your drinking. Like, if you're not a normal darty guy, just pace it. Or start a little bit later.
Did you say darty?
Yeah. Day party, bro.
Day party.
Yeah, you didn't darty back in your college days?
I love to day drink.
It's the best. It's called the darty.
It is the best. But you know why it's great for an older guy is because
going
to bed early is wonderful. And you can sleep it off.
I'm not going to lie. Every once in a while, I have my own darty. Throw on my Chad Kelly Ole Miss jersey. What up?
That's why I want to do mornings. Because I want a
Marty?
darty.
A Marty?
Yeah, because we do 3 to 7. I got to wait to drink. Well, I don't have to, but I do.
Right. It's smart. No, dude, darting is electric. We used to do, so right around Cinco de Mayo in college was always when the spring ball season ended for us. So then Cinco de Mayo turned into case race time. And that always just devolved into a darty. You would not like it.
Case race, is that like, I can just picture it now. It's a bunch of offensive linemen
versus
racing,
the D linemen.
Yeah, to drink a case of beer.
No, you just, whichever team had the most beer drank.
Yeah. That's very football-y.
It was very high tea, very bro-y.
Yeah.
But it was a good time.
I remember a offensive lineman in high school by the name of Scott Gehring who used to be able to pound a case of beer. That was always so amazing to me.
I had a teammate who used to, after about a few is the phrasing I'm going to use, he used to just rip the top off. Like
sounds about right.
Instead of opening the can, he would just rip the top off.
Are you out of your mind?
The guy was built like a fridge. He made soup look small.
By the way, William Refrigerator Perry. Do you know that name?
I do know that name.
Alive or dead?
Dead. Because he's the cowboy. He's on the Cowboys, right? Or am I thinking of the Bears guy?
He is not, never was on the Cowboys.
So there's a guy in the Cowboys that was like 400 pounds.
William Refrigerator Perry played for the Bears.
So I'm thinking of the
1985.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't even a fullback. He was a lineman.
And he would run the ball at fullback.
They'd throw him in on the goal line.
Thank you.
But they called him the Fridge. He is, believe it or not, he's alive, and he's only 61 years old.
He's alive?
Yeah. And he's only 61.
He's huge. He was like huge in those videos.
Well, he was huge in the videos, but now I think
thin out.
Well, no, I just mean like in today's day and age of huge bodies up front, I don't think he was all that big comparatively.
What was his biggest?
Well, they're saying 6'2", 335.
That's not that big.
Well, I know, but back then he looked like a monster.
Yeah.
That's why they called him Refrigerator. But now he's like a normal size lineman.
I was the small lineman at 315. Now it's D2, but still.
Isn't that weird? 6'2", 335? That can't. He had to have played fatter than that.
I bet you he played bigger than that.
He said by the time he was 11 years old, he weighed 300 pounds.
There's no
Now
way
that's
that's
fat.
real. That's not real. He was not 300 pounds at 11.
That's what he said.
There's no way.
Anyway, he's alive, 61 years old.
Good for him. Maybe
that-
he'll come party with me on Cinco.
Maybe he will. He could probably drink a lot of beer.
Dude, yeah. Well, Rob, I mean, you're invited. Come on over. Slap the bag,
Where's
bro.
the, what do you mean? What is slap the, what? Can you speak English?
I am.
What does slap the bag mean?
Well, you're a wine guy.
That
you like
sounds
wine.
gross.
You like wine,
I do,
right?
yeah.
I'll get you a bag of wine. You'll start chugging. We'll slap the bag for you. Responsibly, of course.
I could not want to hang out with you any less.
I know. We would be horrible.
Horrible.
Could you imagine, like, neither one of us would have a good time. We would not enjoy it.
Listen, I would say this. I can have a good time with just about anybody. Not everybody, but just about anybody.
It's too
with you,
separate. It's two separate ages.
I don't know, dude.
I think we'd be fine golfing. Other than that, I don't think you will ever find a time where the two of us hang out.
Maybe.
I think
Maybe not.
I think golfing is the closest it'll ever happen. And you know what, Isaac? Because I understand that, I will never ask you to hang out, and I don't expect you to ask me to hang out.
Yeah, I won't.
Unless you want to come over on Saturday, you slap the bag.
No thanks.
You
I'm
want,
sure it'll be a great time.
You want to huck some die?
You have a bunch of hots in there?
Well, the plan
college
is
hots?
the plan is to find the hots. We're gonna figure out where they congregate, intercept, cut them off at the pass.
All right. Well, let's get back on track here. Okay, Will?
You don't want to huck die?
What does that mean?
It's a game. Try and throw a die into beer.
Cool. Sounds riveting.
It's actually really fun. You want to play? You want to play any flip cup?
Well, I know Flip Cup, but my theory on all drinking games, which I also think are kind of overrated, is that everything's fun when you're drinking.
I know.
Here, let's just throw a ping pong ball into a red solo cup. Oh, that's a great game. No, it isn't. You're just drunk.
You're not wrong, but every single person in your age demo says that to me every time that I bring up.
Because we used to sit around and talk to each other.
Do the same things.
Yeah. Well, we we had our games. We played pool. Do you know what pool is?
No, describe it. Like
snooker. We used to play snooker.
Oh, well, yeah.
Ping pong.
Yeah, I played pool. Yeah. What? There's a new pool hall in Vancouver. It's fun. Did you ever play the one where you throw the frisbee? You gotta throw the frisbee into the pole and knocks the beer off, then you gotta drink it? What about beer darts? You ever play beer darts?
No, but I played darts.
You throw the dart into the beer and you have to drink it down to that spot so no beer slides out.
Dope.
Do it until the end. You ever play beer ball?
No.
Throw the ping pong ball off the beer, then you can drink yours. It's a two-person game.
All right. I have conspiracy theory news. This is not I'm going to sound like a conspiracy theorist next, but I'm not. This is real. Next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Everything about Harbaugh, including his Michigan run, everything about him says Herbert should be improved with this situation they have at coach. I would agree completely with that. I don't know what it means win-loss for them this year just because of the shuffle of the roster, but I do know the expectation for him is to have a much better season this year just because of the structure that Harbaugh can put in place.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
4 text line says, Will, I'm also 26. The Hots congregate at the roller rink during adult night at Oaks Park. You'll thank me later, I swear.
I think that's how I die.
What do you think about that, though? I mean, there's a little insider tip.
Nope, I disagree. Hots are at the bars, man. They're out there slapping the bag.
Oaks Park.
There's no chance the Hots are hanging out at Oaks Park.
Consider me a little skeptical as well, but
he's
26.
There's no chance. Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's out amongst them.
Have to believe it. He gave us his social security number, too. Have to believe that he's 26. No thanks.
God.
I'm not going to Oaks Park to pick up Hots.
I don't know what you other olds think out there. I am so happy I am the age that I am. I know a lot of people don't like to... They don't want to be... Yeah, they don't like it, and I love it. I love it. 48.
I'm excited for it.
It's great. Great little sweet spot.
Yeah, because you're not really old.
Not yet.
But you're
I'm
not
young.
young.
No,
yeah.
that's right. I can't be considered a young.
Well, you're that perfect age of you're old enough to where you can get away with saying I'm old, I don't want to do that. But you're young enough to get away with I made that mistake, I'm young, whatever, who cares?
Right.
I lifted with my back, not with my legs.
Now, I don't know what age it is. It's probably more of just a feel and a look thing, but I do not look forward to the day where I'm just completely dismissed because I'm just an old. Right?
I don't do that to you.
Well, I know you don't. I'm just saying that this is what happens to our old people. We oftentimes dismiss our elderly.
Yeah, but you know what?
And I don't know what age that is, but you got the white hair, you're wearing the khakis, you walk into a bar, the youngs, they look right past you.
Yes, again, but do you know what else, Rob? There's an age when you're young and you just get looked right past too. And I feel like I hit that point right when I went, "Hey, you ever slapped the bag before?"
Well, it's the circle of life. They look right past you in your 20s. Guess what? They look right past you in your 60s and 70s, too.
That's right. It's just a different generation, and it's for a different reason.
That's right. Well, do you remember the story of John Barnett? He worked for Boeing for 30 years. He retired in 2017, and then just before he died, apparently via suicide, he had been given evidence in a... giving evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against Boeing. You remember that? And they said, hey, it's really unfortunate, but we are saddened to hear of his passing. He committed suicide. He was 62 years old, and they are calling it a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This was back in March. Well, it's happened again. And by the way, we talked about that unfortunate death on the show, and we got into a whole thing on the octopus murders. Have you watched the octopus murders on Netflix yet?
No.
Worth a watch. There's a lot.
They kill octopi?
No, it's just the tentacles of the U.S. government is kind of why they call it octopus murders, because there's just a lot of tentacles to it. But it's kind of complex, but the reality is, the bottom line is you realize that this stuff goes on. They off people all the time.
Yeah, no, and
it happens all the time.
It probably happened in this situation, but whenever I hear these stories, I get kind of bummed out about it, and
Make you sad?
And then I just watch sports.
God, you're such a meathead.
Yeah, a little bit, but you know what? I have good ideas too. I'm a self-aware meathead.
Okay, that's the start.
See, I said, maybe we'd play golf, but I definitely won't. We definitely won't hang out.
Now, a whistleblower who accused Boeing of ignoring safety flaws in the 737 MAX airplane has died. His name is Joshua Dean. He is a former Spirit Aerosystems quality auditor. He says he was fired for flagging concerns about lax standards at the company's manufacturing plant in beautiful Wichita, Kansas. He died at the age of 45 just this past Tuesday, and they said he died after suffering from a fast-spreading infection. Now, you tell me with a straight face that he wasn't offed, and the other guy wasn't offed.
Yeah, that does feel sketchy.
Both murdered. guaranteed. And we'll get a documentary on this maybe in 30 years.
Well, and also Boeing's big enough too to where like they can't really have this stuff out. You know?
Have what stuff? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, like Boeing killed the other guy. They couldn't have it out. They're big. They're too big to fail.
It's in their best interest to maybe commit a few minor murders.
Yeah, but this only happens in Russia, right? With Putin.
Does not.
Well, that's what they want you to believe.
That's right. That is what they want you to believe. But it's here too. And I'm telling you, man, I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist. There's no way those guys just died. Both of them, get out of here. And by the way, if I'm somebody involved in any of these cases with Boeing, or I've blown the whistle on Boeing, or I'm out there doing media talking about what I knew when I worked, dude, you better watch out, man. Putin's coming after you.
Do you think that there are people in Boeing now that are like going up to their boss like, hey,
Yes.
just so you know, I really love this company and
Dude, I guarantee you they've scared everyone at Boeing. It's part of the tactic too.
Instead of coming in and on your first day as a manager firing someone, you literally fire someone.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
I mean, it did. It wasn't great, but I get it.
I'll take that. As long as you understood and it didn't
No,
go over
I
your
get
head.
it.
Okay.
It wasn't great.
You know what?
But hey, look, we don't win them all around here.
No, dude,
Our
I'm
hit
just
rate
out
ain't-
here trying to hit like Ichiro.
I hear you. Believe me, dude, I've been doing this a long time. Yeah, they don't all land.
A lot of singles. No, you just like looked at me like I went bonkers there.
I didn't
for a
even know
little
what to
bit.
say. I just thought, wow, that's really bad. But, it happens.
You know what?
Girl, you something else.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Kim.
Well, anyway, look, I know that sounds conspiracy. Dude, what percentage? Oh, you know what? This might be a poll question. I'm going to do a bonus poll question tomorrow.
Ooh.
And I'm going to poll the audience. How many people think that these two Boeing bros just died?
Well,
versus
no one.
how many think that it's a conspiracy?
No one does.
No one.
I would bet you almost no one does,
The vast majority of people.
but most won't do a thing about it.
Well, yeah. What do you want me to do?
Bring awareness.
That's what I'm doing.
Go camp out at the PSU library.
How long are you on our show?
Tomorrow. What?
Perfect.
I'm gonna make you slap the bag
What?
at Langdon Farms, jerk.
All right. Well, I am raising awareness. You heard it here first. Those guys. I mean, come on, an infection? Because you know what? You see, here's the other thing. They killed the first guy and just called it a suicide. They can't do the second. They can't do the second guy and call it a suicide. They have to think of. There has to be another way of death, right?
Right.
They can't just say, "Oh, another one." Two of them committed suicide. No. This one's going to be.
mental health crisis, Rob.
This one's going to be an infection. Get out of here.
So now that you're blowing the
Get out.
whistle, what gets you?
What do you mean?
Well, like, what should
They
I
don't
be
care about
aware?
me.
Well, I don't know. You're disseminating these
I love
news
Boeing.
to the people.
I fly all the time.
So do I.
Big fan.
Very excited. Going to Vegas in June.
Tell you what, I saw a story today. They were talking about the top airlines
Yeah.
for 2024. You know what's number one again?
Boeing.
Alaska. Boeing's not an airline. But Alaska, back to number one. You know who has fallen further than any other airline on these rankings? And by the way, they're all kind of the same.
Southwest.
Yes. Southwest is like 10th.
Good thing I'm flying Southwest.
Spirit, number 3.
Well,
Better than Southwest.
they're raising the bar.
I don't think they are.
That's not the Spirit
But I tell you,
motto.
let me tell you, Southwest Airlines, man, they are going south. Used to be kind of, like low budget, like, or I guess cheaper. It's kind of all relative. Now it's like, it's a janky. I'm out.
I like Southwest,
And I love Boeing.
but I can only really afford Southwest.
Yeah, you can afford Spirit if you're willing to fly it.
Yeah, I'm going to fly Southwest.
All right, up next, got an alert today. How seriously do you take your info being leaked in a data breach? We'll get to that. But first, Will with SportsCenter.
Now, from the fans.
A message today. Well, actually, it wasn't a message. It was a mailer. In the mail. Do you still get mail, Will?
I do. I checked my mail today.
Snail mail?
Yeah.
Do you get anything cool in the mail?
Hopefully my health insurance.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I'm in between health insurance right now. So I'm waiting for them to accept me, which is dumb because I was already in it.
Yeah, they do. Insurance does a lot of stuff by mail, huh?
Well, it's dumb because, like, I'm trying to pay them more for better coverage. But they're going to take, like, 2 months to do this. So.
Well, I never get anything good in the mail.
Except for today?
Nah, it wasn't great. It was a notice that my information was leaked in a data breach.
Oh,
and
no.
I would like to ask the audience here, how seriously do you take this when you get these notifications? Because I don't know, it seems like I get them all the time. This one was from, I think, AT&T or something.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, and here's all they do. They send you a letter, and they'll be like, oh, we're really sorry. We do everything we can to protect your... here is free credit monitoring. And, of course, I never sign up for that. Well, maybe one time I did, but I didn't.
Don't even have credit.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that went through or not. But anyway, how seriously do you take it? Scale of 0 to 10. 0 being don't care, 10 being, oh my God, I got to change all my passwords. I got to do everything I can. I am a 0, and I hate to admit that, but I throw these in the trash. I just assume all my stuff's out there anyway. And by the way, you're not getting anything from me. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I just assumed that even if someone did steal something from me, they'd be like, all right, we're going to get Will Ortner's stuff. Oh, he has no stuff.
Yeah, like why are they targeting you and I?
Like, what do you...
We're in radio.
Well, you make money. I mean, I've heard about the moat you just put in.
No, I got rid of the moat.
You got rid of it? I did hear you have a simulator, though.
I don't even have that. I do have a putting
green. Oh, really?
Green.
I've been lied to.
I have a putting green.
Word on this. Well, see, I don't even have a green.
This is a controversial take, but I don't love golf simulators.
I actually really like.
You would think I would, being a golf guy.
Right.
I've
done
I like being outdoors.
Yeah, well, I mean, outdoors.
Outside, man. Grass, trees, birds, holes in ones.
Right. Well, and yeah, like that's good,
Drinks.
right? But like it rains here a lot. Like it's nice to like shoot on down to X Golf.
No, I get it.
It's not far.
Yeah, I like X golf. I mean, I like it. I just don't. I wouldn't. A simulator in my house. I don't know. I don't know that I'd do that.
I was lied to. Someone told me you had a simulator, and I was like,
nobody knows anything. Get out of here with that. Who told you that? I'm gonna off them like Boeing.
You should. Well, maybe you can go into their data and breach all their stuff. It says freeze your credit accounts. I don't have credit. I don't have a credit card.
Why? Do I really need to do that? Because I feel like I'm just going to get another notice in a month that it's been leaked again in another data breach.
If my bank calls me, I would care.
There you go.
If it's not my bank or my money manager,
well, the other thing,
I don't care.
I think the other thing that factors in here is that depending on where you bank or what credit card you use, they're on top of this stuff.
Yeah. I have a small, well...
Or at least they should be. You have a small what?
No, I don't know what I should share about my...
yeah, don't
where
share
my
too
money.
much.
I was like, we're just gonna stop there. Yeah, no, if my bank calls me, I'd pay attention. If my guy Eugene calls me, I'd pay attention. Otherwise, I'm not really too worried about it.
I keep an eye on my accounts and stuff. Like, here's a guy who says he's a solid 2 on the 0 to 10 scale.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What's the 0 to 10 scale?
Well, I just said if you're paying attention, how seriously do you take...
I thought it was a bank thing. My bad.
No. How seriously do you take your info being leaked in a data breach? He said a 0 being not at all, 10 being
right.
Very seriously. He says solid 2. If I'm really concerned, I keep an eye on my accounts, but it's a pretty big whatever. I think it's such a big whatever.
Yeah.
Because it happens all the time. And by the way, I saw a poll. I looked this up today. I was like, am I in the vast minority of people who really don't care about this? And I should. I saw a survey that said the percentage of people that take no action when there is a data breach and they've been informed of their data being in the breach, 16% that take no action.
None?
I'm in the 16%.
Yeah, well.
I don't do anything.
So would I guess, technically.
I thought that was really low. I thought there would be a lot of people that would take no action, but apparently we're doing the wrong things. What percent actually changed their passwords? 22%. And what percentage took advantage of free credit monitoring? Only 11%.
I never changed my password. The only reason I changed my password is because Odyssey makes me.
Yeah, isn't that annoying too?
Right, and
like,
it's all
10
the
days,
time.
it's going to expire. Yes, it's like every other week.
It's like, what
Mike,
are we
being a
doing?
little... Yeah.
No one's going to break into the part-time radio person's...
Well, they don't want your stuff, but...
They might want yours.
Well, they don't want mine either. I don't know what they want. I don't know. Maybe I should take this more seriously.
You ever had to deal with them before?
With who?
You ever got called by like the Nigerian prince or anything like that? You're not on Twitter, so you're not getting the Bitcoin DMs, huh?
Actually, I am on Twitter, and I did get a Bitcoin DM.
Are you really?
Yeah.
It's always some hot.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, exactly.
She's
That's
like,
what it
look at
was.
how much money you can make with me.
She's like, it looks like you're really interested in Bitcoin. Are you as interested as I am? I didn't respond.
Where they really get you is when they get your buddy first, but then don't change your buddy's name, and then it's like, hey, send me some money for Bitcoin. It's like, okay, here's $10. Oh, I got. R.I.P. my $10.
This guy says, I work at a bank. Don't freeze your account unless you have an extremely serious breach. A regular credit check like Credit Karma will suffice. See, there you go. That's from Ryan.
If I don't have credit, do I need to
you
go
have
on Credit
credit.
Karma? I don't think I do.
Well, but you have a profile. You are a person with a Social Security number and bank accounts. And you don't actually have to have any revolving credit open, but you have access to it. You'll have a mortgage someday, perhaps.
Well, then I should have got a better deal
When
on
you
my
grow
rent.
up.
I just got texted in by my uncle, the police officer. He said it's the back door into the company. So if they can get into my account,
that's right.
then they can get
look,
into the company.
Yeah, when we're talking about company-wide stuff, I get that because we actually had that at Odyssey. There was
That's
a big,
right.
Yeah, that was a whole thing. So
Before me.
cybersecurity matters for big companies like that. But for you and I,
Right.
just because we're AT&T account holders, and they get our Social Security number and our address, like this guy says, they probably already have that. You can Google it, and they're not going to do anything with that. They're going for bigger fish.
That's true. You
Bigger
know what?
fishies.
It's crazy how easy that is. Like, not to completely derail it, but I had a middle school student, find my address.
Yeah, which is probably not hard to find. I'm going to look for it right now.
And my address is not out there.
Are you sure about that?
Well, I mean, it's out there enough for him to find it, but it's not like you can't go to my Twitter and be like, oh, Will lives on ABC Street.
Well, let's just take a look.
All right, good luck. Have fun trying to
Have
find
you
my
Googled
address.
it?
Well,
I think mine's on the internet.
I was gonna say he found my old address. My new address, I don't even know my address. I just type in the name of the apartment complex. And Google takes me there itself.
Yeah, dude, my addresses are. You can. It is.
Can I find you?
Yes.
Can I find your house so I can show up one day and be like, "Hey, Rob, let's hang out."
Please don't. Oh,
Kinda
that's
want
not
to,
right.
no?
It's not right, Mike. It's an old address.
Oh. Well, then I'm not showing up.
But it's got some of this info is pretty close. How am I on there and you're not?
Well, you're
It's
more
probably just
famous
for
than me.
Years of data breaches.
Well, and then also, like, if you Google me, like, all the pictures, none of them look like me.
Will Ortner. What? Where do you live? What? I'm going to say. Where'd you play? Eastern Washington? Nah,
Central?
that's not going to bring it up. Will Ortner.
You just type in Will Ortner, dude.
Home
It'll pop up.
address. Let's see what we got here.
Good luck. What's going to come up? It's not going to be my
Hawkinson.
home address.
I'm going to find your home address.
You should. Good luck. You can come over. Slap the bag, bro.
Here's your LinkedIn profile.
Oh, dude. That thing's so rough. I haven't adjusted that in years.
Yeah. Oh, boy, you really haven't, have you?
No, there's no reason to. I don't even think it says I work here.
Is LinkedIn... I got a message from a listener, a P1, who's a big LinkedIn guy, works there. He was
I think it's
messaging me on there
fake.
the other day. Is that a big... I mean, it's not really that big of a deal for our industry, per se. But in business
I have no idea.
life, I think LinkedIn is a big deal.
I guess, because everyone's on there all the time tweeting stuff or linking stuff. I don't know. They're posting things. I don't care. I don't use it.
Boy, I can't find your... Wait. Ah. No.
Can't find my address. That's right.
Here we go.
I don't even know my address. You could say the address out right now, and I'd be like, I don't know.
God, I can't find your address. Let me see if I can find Sook's.
I'm in incognito mode.
I think as you get older, the stuff just gets on the internet over time.
I've been to Sook's house, and I couldn't get back there. There's no chance. In fact, I've been to both of his houses.
His is right there online, just like mine. I think it's an age thing. Just wait. You think you're incognito. You're not.
I am. It's hard to find me.
Bless you. Andrew Nemec just sneezed. He's coming up after us.
He's got a great show. Very excited.
Recruiting. All right. Well, I'm a 0. Maybe I should care more, but I don't. I just think my stuff's already out there. And just prove that it is. So what do I care? All right. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch,
And somebody said, it's basically a giant brag fest with business buzzwords tied in.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it does seem like that for us non-businessy people. But at the same time, I kind of respect LinkedIn because it's like the one social media that is on the up and up, right? Like it's you're not going to get.
I don't know. People are dumping on each other in the DMs in there too.
Are they?
Yeah. Or you'll take a picture of someone's LinkedIn and be like, "This guy is lying." Like, I am a junior executive sales bro, and it's like you are in the entry position.
Well, but you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't have a lot of the S posting like some of the others.
No, there's no Elon Musk memes going out.
Which is great too. But I don't know. I was offered LinkedIn. See, this is how
LinkedIn Gold.
Highfalutin I am. I was offered LinkedIn Premium or something.
I think it's Gold.
Gold, yeah. And I was like, well, what's that? And he sent me a link. And now I got to go look into it.
I wouldn't.
I might get LinkedIn Gold.
You don't even use Twitter.
And start. No, this is LinkedIn, dude.
What are you going to use it for?
I'm going to get a new job. I'm going
Why?
to put my name out there. I'm going to get into business.
Why?
Use buzzwords and terms like circle back.
That was going to be exactly what I asked you. Like, you're going to say, hey, we'll circle back to that on Monday.
We'll circle back. We'll take a look at this. And we should do a whole segment on best business buzz terms that mean nothing.
I don't know if I'm young enough, and both of the jobs that I do, I've never had a business job. Not even close.
Me neither.
This is the most corporate job
Dude,
I have.
I hear you. I've been a bartender and a radio host. You think I know anything?
I'm a teacher, a produce clerk, and a radio guy. Those are my jobs. Oh, I was also a little league basketball referee. Those are my jobs.
Hey, you know what, man? Here's my rule of thumb in life. I have set out to never have a real job. I am 48 years old and have never had a real job. I want to retire without ever having a real job.
I think you got a pretty good shot at it.
I think I do too. And you are well on. Although teacher is a real job, though.
Teaching is a real job,
but
you
that's
know
a cool
what?
Job.
But you know what they don't do? They don't send emails to each other talking about circling back on their first grade curriculum.
Talk about a few touch points. Got to hit on a few touch points. Maybe get some synergy going. We'll circle back on our alignment.
Got to
bring that to the table.
When's the ideal snack time for the kiddos?
I don't know. I'm gonna need some data.
Which Jack Hartman videos are you showing the first graders?
I'm gonna need some impactful data, and we'll circle back on these touch points with your bandwidth. How's that? I could be in business.
You nailed that, dude.
Tell you what I wouldn't want to do, ever, is manage people. In any capacity. I'm out on that. No
Aren't
thank
you kind of managing me right now?
Unfortunately. Look, I just have to put up with you. I'm not managing anything.
You're having a good time. You're going to go back home and you're going to say, Nurse Nice?
Isachi.
I know some new terms. I know what the kids are up to.
What'd you call it? Speed bagging?
Slapping the bag?
Yeah.
I'm going to go home tonight and slap the bag.
Yeah, I'm going to go home and say, hey, babe, you want to slap the bag? I know what she's going to think. And let me tell you something. She's not going to do it.
I think you should. I think that one day you should live a little and slap the bag.
Somebody else said, Rob, you need to drill down and peer through the fog as well. That's right. That's right. That's right. So now I got my little notepad here. I'll be at the meeting with my coffee. What's happened?
I'm playing the song. I'm getting you out of here, buddy.
Good.
I'm letting you go home. So you can go slap the bag, put on your Dutch Bros Miami Vice jersey, get your sugar-free Rebel.
You know what I'm doing? I'm taking it offline. That's what I'm doing.
Oh,